Chapter 1708. It is indeed a coincidence. Empress Ziwei sneered. Everyone is looking for you, but you appeared in the Crystal Palace. Tell me, why are you sneaking around? As the 5 spirit kings of the ancient dream altar and the only participant who had not been eliminated, everyone, including the 2 divine warriors of heaven and earth, was looking for Suyu. However, Suyu was nowhere to be found. The 2 divine warriors searched the ruins of the ancient dream altar, but could not find any trace of Suyu. Unexpectedly, she ran into him in the Crystal Palace. The most suspicious thing was that he had sneaked out of the mountain where the Star Pavilion was located. Suyu said calmly, "It's none of your business. Get out of my way." Empress Ziwei laughed angrily. "Su, don't you think you've gone too far?" She was already feeling wronged because of Suyu's scheme. Now that she had encountered Suyu's attitude, her anger exploded. Suyu did not want to face this woman. The biggest reason was not because he feared her strength, but because he had a guilty conscience. It was not honorable to scheme against her and cause her to be eliminated when there was no enmity between them. It was just that this woman was pestering him, delaying Suyu's plan to leave the Shui nation of the Northern Territory. What I said is not wrong. Who are you? What is your status? Is there a need for me to report to you? Suyu said coldly. Empress Ziwei's beautiful face was covered in ice. Su, that's enough. I may not be qualified to ask you, but my master, the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior, should be qualified, right? Come with me to see him immediately. Don't force me to attack you. Having said that, Suyu had no other choice. Then let's try, Suyu said lightly. The door of the inner mansion opened wide, and divine power surged out. Seeing this, Empress Ziwei felt even more upset. Bronze Overlord, you really did get a great opportunity on the 2nd floor. How difficult was it to open the door of the inner mansion? Without the help of the elders of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, it would take thousands of years to accumulate enough power to break through the door of the inner mansion. Many cultivators without any backing had to take risks time after time and experience countless storms before they could accumulate enough strength to break through the inner residence door after thousands of years. How many martial artists died along the way? How many martial artists chose to give up out of fear of hardships and dangers, staying at the overlord level for the rest of their lives? Only 1 in a billion could become the overlord of the galaxy, from a cave abode world venerable. Even for them, with the protection of their seniors, it would take them at least 2 to 3 years to continuously bombard the inner mansion with the great desolate energy. Suyu had broken through the inner mansion door in one night. His luck was unimaginable. Suyu was speechless at her misunderstanding. In order to break through to the overlord realm, he was prepared to die. The price he paid and the determination he had was not something an ordinary person could bear. It was not simply a fortuitous encounter. Suyu was too lazy to explain. He took out the Azura sword and imbued it with powerful divine energy, causing the Azura sword to burst forth with intense sword power. The same sword, but different people could unleash completely different might. If it fell into the hands of a sword master like Demon Sword Boundless, its power would definitely be astonishing. Now that Suyu had leapt to a whole new level, the power of the Azura sword naturally rose to another level. Empress Ziwei's expression was cold. Very good. You have the courage to challenge me head-on. That is worthy of my respect. Come, let me see what confidence you have in defeating the emotionless Saber Sovereign. She weaved her hands together, emitting an extremely cold aura. An ice armor formed over her body. Extreme Ice Feast. Empress Ziwei shouted softly. Her strongest divine technique was the terrifying ice technique that killed the hidden demon beast in one move. With her as the center, an extremely brilliant giant ice lotus bloomed, blooming continuously in all directions. Everything covered by the ice lotus was frozen. Even Suyu's keen perception had a very faint trace of stagnation in time. No wonder the hidden demon beast was killed in one move. Even the glazed crystal overlord would be in great danger if he were to face it head-on. Suyu's face was indifferent and fearless. He gripped the Azura sword tightly and opened the inner mansion door fully. Mobilizing his powerful divine energy, he swung the sword. Demon Masterworld. A supreme demonic shadow appeared behind Suyu, holding a giant demonic sword. It followed Suyu's movements and swung the sword down. Boom! The demonic sword slashed down with the momentum of splitting the sky, forcibly splitting the giant ice lotus apart. The terrifying sword energy penetrated the flying ice shards and reached Empress Ziwei's chest. Crack! The ice armor covering her body could not withstand the unparalleled blade and was shattered by the sword. Her expression changed drastically. She never expected Suyu's bronze overlord's attack to be so terrifying. It was too late to retreat now. The terrifying blade shattered the ice armor, and the next moment it would penetrate her vitals and give her a fatal blow. Was she going to die? She was at a loss, feeling surreal. Even when she fought the Wuji sword saint, who was known as the strongest person of the previous generation, she had never been in such a desperate situation. The surreal feeling flickered in her mind, leaving her in a trance. You can still be in a trance during a battle? I really wonder if your previous opponents were invited by the Snow Dragon Emperor. I can't believe they didn't take the opportunity to seriously injure or kill you. The terrifying blade shattered the ice armor, but stopped 3 inches in front of her chest and did not move any further. She was only 3 inches away from death. Suyu retracted the Azura sword and said lightly, "This is the end." He did not think he could defeat Empress Ziwei. She failed because she underestimated her opponent and did not go all out. It was the same extreme ice feast, but it was much more powerful when he froze and killed the hidden demon beast in the swamp. Empress Ziwei was startled. "Why did you hold back? Are you afraid of my identity? Afraid of my master, the Snow Dragon Emperor?" In her opinion, Suyu did not have the guts to kill her. Suyu smiled without saying a word. He dared to kill the divine warriors of heaven and earth. What was a mere disciple to him? Farewell. Suyu waved his hand and turned to leave. Feeling the contempt in Suyu's eyes, Empress Ziwei clenched her fists. She was competitive by nature and did not like the feeling of being pitted. "Stop," Empress Ziwei said. "Let's go again." However, as soon as she moved, an unexpected scene appeared. The robe at her chest was torn apart. Although Suyu's sword had reversed its trajectory, the weak sword energy had still damaged her treasured robe. However, the sword energy was too strong, causing the torn treasured robe to remain in its original state. It was only when Empress Ziwei moved that the treasured robe could no longer hold and was torn apart. Suyu heard the commotion and looked back vigilantly. Unexpectedly, what he saw was the snowy scenery of the snowy plains. The dazzling whiteness and the pink and tender pride were all in his eyes. The sight of such a blood-curdling scene stunned Suyu for a moment. When he came back to his senses, a pair of murderous eyes were firmly locked on him. He looked up and met a pair of beautiful eyes that were overflowing with shame and anger. Wisps of mist filled the air. Her arms were tightly wrapped around her chest, her soft body trembling slightly as her silver teeth chattered. I'll kill you." She was a proud daughter of heaven. When had she ever been humiliated like this? Not only had she been defeated by the formation, but her treasured robe had also been shattered, and her holiness had been wantonly looked at. "Hey, miss, it's a misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding," Suyu hurriedly said. But Empress Ziwei was already furious. She snorted angrily and formed a mysterious seal with both hands. Although it was still very shaky, the sense of mystery was no small matter. "Meteorite ice tribulation." Empress Ziwei shouted coldly. Cold air suddenly appeared above Suyu's head and rapidly swirled, forming a humongous star. Its entire body was formed by the condensation of extremely cold ice. It was extremely cold. The most frightening thing was that there was even more frightening cold air brewing within it. It roared within the ice star, on the verge of exploding. Boom! Once the ice star appeared, it immediately fell, crashing fiercely toward Suyu. Suyu's expression changed, and he immediately used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pull to prepare to escape. But under the interference of the cold air, the yin and yang energies were also frozen. His first plan had failed. Suyu used the power of space again and was shocked to find that even space was frozen. At the same time, the powerful cold air froze Suyu's surroundings, forming an invisible barrier of cold air. Anyone who trespassed would immediately be frozen by the cold air, just like the frozen space. Once this technique was used, the enemy had no way to escape and could only choose to take the attack head-on. Suyu's pupils shrank. The strength of this technique was several times stronger than the extreme ice feast. It was obvious that Empress Ziwei was not familiar with this technique and could only barely execute it. Not even 1/10 of the technique's power had been unleashed. But the pressure it gave Suyu was even more terrifying than a full-force extreme ice feast. Creak! Cracks appeared on the surface of the falling ice star as the terrible cold air that had been brewing within it began to erupt. Suyu's expression was grave as he immediately took out the heavenly orchid silver bamboo fruit and placed it on top of his head. At the same time, he slashed at the ice star with his sword. Demon Master's World. The powerful demonic sword pierced through the star and shattered it completely. The cold air that had been brewing within it was released one step ahead of time and exploded. The white, misty cold air poured down like a waterfall. If nothing unexpected happened, Suyu would be frozen to death immediately. However, something unexpected happened. The endless cold air entered like a bottomless pit and was devoured cleanly. Empress Ziwei could only see the white mist pouring out and couldn't see what was happening within. She only knew that Suyu would be frozen and severely injured by that technique. Humph! Empress Ziwei walked over and waved her sleeves to dispel the white mist as she said, "I'll teach you a lesson. Let's see if you still dare to." But before she could finish her sentence, she was dumbfounded. After the white mist dissipated, an unharmed figure was reflected in her eyes. "You're all right?" Empress Ziwei couldn't believe her eyes. But when she came to her senses, she was even more embarrassed and angry. Was there really nothing she could do to Suyu? Meteorite ice tribulation. Empress Ziwei formed a seal again and performed that powerful seal. Suyu was annoyed. He had spared Empress Ziwei this time. But why was she so ungrateful? Did she have to force him to make a move? Enough is enough. The yin and yang energies around Suyu were in disorder, and he teleported 3 inches in front of her in the next breath. Empress Ziwei was caught off guard and took a step back, subconsciously. Suyu took the opportunity to strangle her throat with his left hand and grab her hands that were forming seals with his right hand, locking them behind her back. Empress Ziwei's body fell back naturally, but Suyu stretched out his leg and held her in place with his thigh. Chapter 1709. What was even more amazing was that, because her hands were locked behind her back, Empress Ziwei's chest was exposed without anything to cover it up. Empress Ziwei felt her buttocks burning hot, and the breath of the man in front of her was blowing straight into her cheeks. His masculine scent enveloped her in an overbearing manner. Ever since she was born, she had never been treated like this by a man. For a moment, her mind went blank, and she didn't even notice that her chest was exposed. She stared blankly into Suyu's eyes at close range. Don't think that everyone gives in to you because of your beauty and status. I'm giving in to you because I feel guilty for eliminating you. Suyu's eyes were cold and filled with disgust. It was as if in his eyes a peerless woman, like Empress Ziwei, was no different from a pink skeleton. Empress Ziwei's mind went blank as she listened. This was the first time someone had said such words so bluntly and with disgust. For a long time, She had received either compliments or adoration, and no one had ever dared to disrespect her in the slightest. "You're on your own." Su-yu snorted coldly. Just as he was about to let go, two people entered the dazzling Crystal Palace. The two were also distinguished guests, and they chatted as they entered. "I didn't expect the ancient dream altar to be destroyed. How unexpected. That trash called Su-yu is nowhere to be found. Only he knows what's hidden on the second level of the attic." As the two were talking, they suddenly caught a glimpse of the scene and shut their mouths. They stood motionless on the spot, looking at the scene as if they had been petrified. Ziwei, the man who spoke, looked at the scene in front of him without blinking. His eyes were unfocused, and his mind was blank. Empress Ziwei glanced sideways and said, "Limitless." The person who came was none other than her fiancé, the Limitless Sword Saint. Seeing the Limitless Sword Saint's strange expression, Empress Ziwei realized that her and Su-yu's posture was simply she wouldn't believe it herself if she said they weren't having an illicit affair. Especially when her chest was exposed, it made it even more difficult for her to explain. She hurriedly broke free from Su-yu and covered her chest with ice. She, who used to be indifferent, was now blushing and flustered. She hurriedly said, "Limitless, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. He did not." She realized that she couldn't explain it clearly, and the more she tried to explain, the worse it would get. "It's all your fault." Empress Ziwei turned her head and glared at Su-yu fiercely. Surprisingly, Empress Ziwei didn't attack him, and there was a hint of awe and veneration in her eyes. Su-yu looked at her nonchalantly, then at the Limitless Sword Saint and his brother, the merciless Saber Emperor, who had accompanied him here. The yin and yang energies appeared above his head, and he was ready to leave. "Who? Yes. Su-yu. Let's go." "What's the matter?" A cold voice full of murderous intent swept over with the terrifying power of the mystic crystal overlord. The yin and yang energies above Su-yu's head were immediately disturbed, and he was unable to teleport. At the same time, an extremely powerful killing intent locked him in place. Su-yu turned his head and stared at the ashen-faced Wuji, Sword Saint. "What's the matter?" The Limitless Sword Saint said in a low voice, "It's fine. I just want your life." Clang! A thin purple sword appeared behind the Limitless Sword Saint. It was engraved with countless mysterious runes, and it emitted an extremely powerful aura. Empress Ziwei frowned and said, "I told you it's a misunderstanding. It's not what you think." She didn't want the Limitless Sword Saint to misunderstand. Unfortunately, her actions had the opposite effect. The Limitless Sword Saint's face turned even more livid. Based on his understanding of Empress Ziwei, this woman was cold and heartless, and she never had the slightest bit of compassion. When he killed someone, Empress Ziwei had never stopped him, but this time she actually stopped him. He was more and more suspicious that Empress Ziwei and Su-yu were having an affair just now. "Ziwei, don't stop me." The Limitless Sword Saint's tone was low, and he didn't allow anyone to interfere. When he finished speaking, he held the purple sword and stabbed it at Su-yu. Extreme Ice Feast. A giant ice lotus blocked the purple sword. Empress Ziwei's expression was cold as she blocked the sword effortlessly. She turned her head and stared at Su-yu. "Why aren't you leaving?" Su-yu hesitated for a moment, then cupped his fists at Empress Ziwei and left with the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pull. "Wei, did you really?" The Limitless Sword Saint couldn't believe his eyes. Empress Ziwei was attacking him for an outsider. Empress Ziwei waved her hair that fell on her chest, her expression cold and arrogant. "I don't want to say the same thing twice. You can misunderstand me however you want." When she finished speaking, she left coldly. The Limitless Sword Saint gripped the purple sword so tightly that it creaked, showing the anger in his heart. Did she have an affair with Su-yu? Thinking back on his years of interaction with Empress Ziwei, the limitless sword saint was inclined to believe her. With Empress Ziwei's personality, she disdained lying. The merciless Saber Emperor, who was beside her, was observing her expression, his eyes darting around. The merciless Saber Emperor bore a grudge for being eliminated by Su Yu's scheme. The moment he saw Su Yu, he was furious and wanted to settle the score. But he knew that he was no match for Su Yu. If he wanted to take revenge on Su Yu, he could only rely on others. His big brother, the limitless sword saint, was the best candidate. The merciless Saber Emperor said hesitantly, "Big brother, something happened in the ancient dream altar. It's about Empress Ziwei and Su Yu. I don't know if I should tell you." "Tell me." Hearing that it was about the two of them, the limitless sword saint turned around and stared at him. The merciless Saber Emperor called, "As far as I know, Su Yu targeted Empress Ziwei because he once pursued her but was heartlessly rejected by her." The limitless sword saint's eyes shone. "What are you trying to say?" "What I mean is that Su Yu was weak back then and Empress Ziwei didn't like him. But today, he entered the second level of the penthouse alone. He might have inherited the legacy of the faceless Buddha, and his future is limitless. Will Empress Ziwei fall in love with him again?" The limitless sword saint's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned green. It was common knowledge that Empress Ziwei was arrogant and only liked people who were stronger than her. He was an example of that. Because of the challenge back then, he convinced Empress Ziwei with his absolute strength, and she agreed to the marriage between the South Ocean and the North Ocean, becoming his fiancée. Now, Su Yu is likely to be the successor of the Pathmaster, and his potential far exceeded that of a successor of a divine warrior of heaven and earth. It was not impossible that Empress Ziwei would choose to embrace him. The limitless sword saint trembled with rage. "Ziwei! Su Yu!" The limitless sword saint was furious, but he did not dare to do anything to Empress Ziwei. "As for Su Yu, big brother, we can't wait any longer. That brat has the Pathmaster's Saraira of the Faceless Buddha. If he wants to escape, we must stop him immediately. Otherwise, how are we going to find him in this vast world?" The merciless Saber Emperor said anxiously. The limitless sword saint's expression was cold. He shook his head and said, "Don't worry, he can't escape. There are people from the South Ocean at every exit of the Imperial City. I want him to never return." As he spoke, he took out a voice transmission jade charm and transmitted a message. "Su Yu came to the front of the chains alone. When he came, the entire Imperial City was surrounded by the moat of the mysterious ice crystal lake. No one could cross it. Only by passing through the chains set up by the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior could one pass through safely. With a few light flashes, Su Yu successfully stepped on the chains and left the Imperial City. Looking at the vast expanse of white snow, Su Yu's heart was filled with worry. He had searched the city carefully and did not find the scent of Xia Jingyu and Xinga. They had left the ancient dream altar before Su Yu, and it had not been that long. But why did they seem to have vanished from the face of the earth? Did they meet with an accident, or did they leave the Imperial City? With some anxiety, Su Yu tapped the tips of his toes and stepped into the vast snowfield. At the same time, he opened his heavenly eyes and constantly searched the surroundings, hoping to find something. After walking for half a day, he found nothing. Or rather, what he wanted to find was nowhere to be found, and what he did not want to find was delivered to him. Landing on a huge snow-covered rock, Su Yu took out the Azura sword. Without turning his head, he said, "You three have been following me for some time. What can I do for you?" It was quiet behind him, and there was no sound. Su Yu turned around. "I think it's better if you come out." With a wave of the boundless demonic path, Su Yu flattened the forest within a radius of 10 million miles. Only then did 3 pitch-black shadows leap out from the forest and block Su Yu's path. The 3 of them hid their true appearances, but their auras were extremely powerful. 2 were silver overlords, and 1 was a gold overlord. However, in terms of aura, the gold overlord was no match for the merciless Saber Emperor. "Are you the Su Yu that the young master mentioned?" The gold overlord looked Suyu up and down with a critical gaze, his eyes filled with disdain. I don't understand why the young master is so afraid of you. He actually told us not to do anything and to inform him to do it himself. Old Chin, this is the young master's test for us, to see how capable we are, a silver overlord mocked. Another silver overlord echoed. That's right. Why should we trouble the young master to do it personally when we can do it? Old Chin, let us capture him alive and hand him over to the young master. How about that? Old Chin stared at Suyu and said, Did you hear that? Do you need us to do it, or do you want to surrender yourself? Suyu said indifferently, Were you sent by the limitless sword saint? I don't like to kill innocent people. Before you give me a reason to draw my sword, stop now. Old Chin chuckled, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He replied sarcastically, A mere bronze overlord is qualified to lecture me? It seems like I still have to use reality to teach a naive and foolish young man like you a lesson. Swoosh! Old Chin struck as soon as he said he would. He drew an afterimage in the air and headed straight for Suyu. The other two silver overlords also laughed coldly, flanking Suyu from the other two sides. Suyu's eyes were cold. He held the azure sword and said, I've found the reason. Demon Master's world. A demonic shadow waved the enormous sword and slashed down ferociously. The two silver overlords were still in the process of attacking, but in their eyes they could see the reflection of Old Chin being sliced into countless pieces by the sword. Without even a scream, Old Chin, the golden overlord, was actually killed. The horror in their hearts could not be any greater. Run. Without thinking, the two of them felt their scalps go numb. They turned around and fled. Suyu looked at the two of them indifferently. He casually waved 2 bolts of sword energy, easily taking their lives. In just 2 breaths' time, he had killed a gold overlord and 2 silver overlords. Wiping off the remaining sword energy on the azure sword, Suyu turned his back to the corpses and said, If you are a spectator, you have seen enough. It's time to leave. If you are also sent by the limitless sword saint, it's even more time for you to leave. Apart from the 3 of them, there was still one more person. Chapter 1710. Dada. Her light footsteps sounded like butterflies stepping on brittle leaves. Exceptionally agile. The bronze overlord killed the gold overlord with a single strike. This is unheard of. Whose disciple are you? The ethereal and beautiful voice floated over, like the sound of nature. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and he turned around to look. It was an elegant middle-aged woman in a beautiful pleated dress. She looked to be in her early 30s, elegant beyond compare, and had a refined temperament. At first glance, it was like seeing Xia Jingyu for the first time. That quiet and calm temperament was a rare sight. There was also a peculiar fragrance of plants that lingered around her. What a beautiful and refined woman! As he stared at her, the space between Suyu's brows twitched slightly, and he felt slightly uneasy. May I ask who you are? Suyu asked. The woman pursed her lips and smiled elegantly. Purple Dream. Just like her name, she was a beautiful woman who was as unreal as a dream. However, Suyu's heart became much more serious, and he said indifferently, I wonder what advice does the Emperor have for stopping me? Purple Dream, Smoky Dream smiled. You know me. Shaking his head, Suyu said, I don't know her, but there is only one woman in the sea of constellations who can make me feel fear from the bottom of my heart. She is the Purple Dream Empress. She was actually one of the 3 famous divine sovereigns of the Sea of Constellations, the Purple Dream Sovereign. The Sea of Constellations was ruled by 3 major forces: the sovereign snow dragon of the Xue Nation in the North region, the sovereign slaughter of the Southern Sea, and the sovereign Purple Dream of the Eastern Sea. There were countless rumors regarding the Purple Dream Empress. The most well-known rumor was her origin. It was a divine bamboo that had grown by absorbing the Daylord's comprehension. A divine ruler of heaven and earth was born in the divine bamboo. She called herself the Purple Dream Empress. The Purple Dream sovereign exuded an otherworldly aura as he said, "There's no need to be nervous. I'm just passing by and was attracted by you." Attraction? Su Yu's heart jumped. Nothing good would come out of anything that had anything to do with the divine warriors of heaven and earth. Su Yu probed. "I am a nameless junior. I wonder what I have that could attract the attention of a martial emperor." The Purple Dream Emperor examined Su Yu, and his gaze fixed on the 9-jade spiritual pearl on his arm. He then said, "You have an extremely special object on you, and it is extremely attractive to all of us who have achieved the path of plants. Even I am no exception to this." Su Yu's heart sank. As expected, she had sensed the supreme growing soil. That was Su Yu's most precious treasure. A gentleman doesn't take someone else's love. Don't be nervous. I won't force you. The Purple Dream Sovereign smiled lightly, and a purple bamboo leaf appeared in his palm. He said, "If you've thought it through one day, you can use this leaf to contact me. I'll give you something in exchange for something I can give you." Oh, Su Yu was extremely surprised. One of the 3 legendary sovereigns, the Purple Dream Sovereign, was actually so easy to talk to. However, she was a plant that attained the Tao, and she was born from the comprehension of a Tao Lord. It could be said that she was born while the Grand Tao revolved around her. His heart was filled with the vast nature of the great Tao of heaven and earth. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu extended his hand and took the leaf. When Su Yu touched the leaf, he accidentally touched the Purple Dream Divine Warrior's palm. Soft, light, and comfortable to the touch. Su Yu did not care, and he withdrew his hand after clamping the leaf. "Wait." Unexpectedly, the Purple Dream Divine Emperor's slender hand suddenly flipped over and grabbed Su Yu's hand. Su Yu's expression changed slightly. Is she going to go back on her word? The Purple Dream Divine Warrior's calm and elegant face was covered by a look of shock, the aura of a holy mortal body. Su Yu was stunned. What is a holy mortal body? The Purple Dream Divine Warrior noticed his confusion, and she asked, "You don't have a holy mortal body?" Su Yu replied calmly, "I have a mortal body, and I really don't have a holy mortal body." She slowly let go of Su Yu's hand and looked into the distance. She then said, "A year ago, I sensed a Tao God descending upon the world. All the Taos greeted him respectfully. I speculated that it was a holy mortal body that was born in this world, so I came here to look for it." She looked at Su Yu and said, "The aura of the creation rules remains in your palm. Even if you don't have a holy mortal body, you must have come into contact with it." Su Yu was greatly shocked. He did not know anything about a holy mortal body, but he knew about Tao gods. He was the Tao god that had become a god in all the Taos. He was also the holy mortal body that the Purple Dream Divine Warrior had mentioned. Fortunately, he did not know what a holy mortal body was. His eyes were confused, and the Purple Dream Divine Warrior had misunderstood that Su Yu did not have a holy mortal body. Su Yu hid his confusion on his face, and at the same time he secretly suppressed his restless emotions to prevent the Divine Warrior from noticing. "What is a Tao God? And what is a holy mortal body?" Su Yu asked, pretending to be curious. The Purple Dream Divine Warrior said, "You don't need to know about these for now. However, can you tell me if you have come into contact with any special people recently?" She had already determined that Su Yu, who knew nothing about the holy mortal body, was not the holy mortal body that she was looking for, but someone who had come into contact with the holy mortal body. Su Yu said, "I have come into contact with many people recently, especially the ancient dream altar. I have come into contact with guests from all over the world. Most of them are powerful, and there are many talented guests. To me, they are all special people. I really can't describe what you are looking for." The Purple Dream Divine Warrior pondered. The ancient dream altar? It is held once every 100 years and many geniuses are born. I heard that there are a few talented people among the younger generation. Could the holy mortal body be among them? Su Yu carefully withdrew his hand and said, I won't disturb you any more. I will take my leave. Hold on. The purple dream divine warrior grabbed Su Yu's hand again and said, I need you to stay by my side for some time. There is a remnant aura of the holy mortal body on your palm. If you come into contact with the holy mortal body, this aura will change. It will be easier for me to identify the holy mortal body, the purple dream divine warrior said. Therefore, I will have to trouble you for now. Accompany me to the imperial city. I want to come into contact with those geniuses and find the holy mortal body among them. Su Yu groaned inwardly. He couldn't even escape in time, yet he had to go back. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu said, Elder, to tell you the truth, I was lucky enough to enter the second level of the pavilion in the ancient dream altar. I was misinformed by outsiders that I had obtained the Pathmaster's Saraira of the Faceless Buddha. If I go back, there will be endless trouble. I'm afraid that not only will I not be able to share your burden, but I will also cause more trouble for you. The purple dream, divine warrior, looked at Su Yu in surprise. You actually managed to reach the top of the second level of the pavilion. I heard that the current Empress Ziwei, Shui Guanyin, and the merciless Blade Emperor were all outstanding talents. It was really beyond my expectations that you could eliminate them. However, the purple dream, divine warrior, smiled calmly. They really misinformed me. Apart from a suppressed evil corpse in the second level of the pavilion, there was no Pathmaster's Buddhist Saraira at all. The real Pathmaster's Buddhist Saraira disappeared a long time ago. Su Yu's eyes narrowed and he asked in surprise, How did you know about the situation in the second level? Since the beginning of time, he was the first living being to reach the second level of the pavilion. The purple dream, divine warrior, smiled gracefully. When I was still a small bamboo, I heard the Pathmaster talking about it. Su Yu suddenly understood. She had grown up in the Pathmaster's meditation. So, it wasn't strange for her to occasionally hear the Pathmaster talk about the secrets of the Pathmasters. Let's go. From now on, you belong to me. No one can do anything to you, the purple dream divine warrior said calmly. She had an elegant and calm demeanor. Su Yu was still reluctant to leave. He really didn't want to go back. However, he understood that there was a limit to a person's patience, even if it was the purple dream, divine warrior. If he really angered her, she would use forceful methods, and Su Yu would be the one to suffer. All right. Su Yu felt helpless. The purple dream, divine warrior said, Don't worry. I won't let you work for nothing. I will repay you after the matter is done. A repayment from the divine warrior of heaven and earth? Su Yu's mood improved a little, and he nodded reluctantly. All right then. I hope that you can find the sacred mortal body as soon as possible. He was speechless. The sacred mortal body is already in your hands, so where can I find it? Let's go then. The purple dream divine warrior held Su Yu's hand, and with a single step, they traversed billions of miles. When they reappeared, they were in front of the chain bridge. The purple dream divine warrior looked at the mysterious ice crystal lake below and said calmly, The ancient corpse faction is full of capable people. They have chosen such a blessed land as the faction's foundation. The ancient corpse faction? Su Yu thought of a certain mysterious ice cave where many ice coffins were sealed. He was about to ask about it when the purple dream, divine warrior, seemed to sense something. She said, You seem to be in trouble. Following her gaze, Su Yu saw two figures rapidly approaching from the other end of the chain bridge. One was the heartless Saber Emperor, and the other was the murderous, limitless Sword Saint. They were staring at Su Yu coldly. Anyone could tell that they had come for Su Yu. Su Yu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The limitless Sword Saint was an outstanding youth of the previous generation, and his cultivation had reached the mysterious crystal overlord level. Su Yu was not afraid of fighting with someone of such a level. The Purple Dream Divine Warrior said, "Since you are one of my people, there is no need for you to worry unnecessarily." She was implying that she would become Su Yu's strong support. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was a little reluctant to come back, it felt good to have a super fighter supporting him. "Su Yu, I thought you had run away with your tail between your legs. I didn't expect you to stay here and wait for death." The heartless Saber Emperor stepped forward and reprimanded him on behalf of his brother. Su Yu did not even look at him. He said, "You have lost to me. Don't talk. You are really arrogant. You still dare to be stubborn even when you are about to die." The heartless Saber Emperor laughed sinisterly. "This is not the ancient dream altar. If you die, you die. There's no power that will protect you." Su Yu said calmly, "Weren't you the one who died once?" The heartless Saber Emperor was touched. He said angrily, "Brother, Su Yu is really a piece of *T. Kill him." "We have left the northern Xuen nation's palace. There is no harm in killing him." The Limitless Sword Saint did not need him to say anything. He stared at Su Yu and said coldly, "Do you know why you have to die?" Su Yu shrugged. "Because I made you a cuckold? You are really a strange person. Do I have to poke at you in front of others?" Uffed. The otherworldly Purple Dream Divine Warrior could not help but let out a laugh. She had been wondering why the successor of the Southern Ocean Killing Emperor would provoke Su Yu. It was because of a woman. "You are courting death." The Limitless Sword Saint was furious. He glared at the Purple Dream Divine Warrior behind Su Yu and said angrily, "And you, if you don't want to die, shut your mouth. If you laugh again, I will cut off your tongue." Chapter 17:11. The Purple Dream Emperor's smile faded as she calmly said, "You are too vicious and annoying." Even if the Emperor Killer was present, he would not have the guts to cut off her tongue. As a divine warrior of heaven and earth, the Purple Dream Emperor was born from the Pathmaster's comprehension. In a sense, she was inextricably linked to the Pathmaster. The Emperor Killer would not dare touch the Purple Dream Emperor's finger, even if he had 10 times the courage. After pausing, she glanced at Su Yu and laughed lightly. "You are the most comfortable to look at. Even if you want to kill someone, you have to give them a way out first." As a divine warrior of the Path of Plants, she liked kindness and hatred. When Su Yu had killed the 3 pursuers, he had not killed them immediately. Instead, he had warned them in advance and advised them to give up on killing. It was only when the 3 of them had attacked that Su Yu's killing intent was provoked. Such a way of doing things suited the Purple Dream Emperor's taste. It was precisely because of this that she was willing to get close to Su Yu. Otherwise, with her personality, she would not have wanted to bring Su Yu along. In contrast to Su Yu, the Limitless Sword Saint was extremely vicious, which she hated. The Limitless Sword Saint sneered, "Bitch, I do not want to repeat myself. If you do not want to die, scram. This is none of your business." Shaking her head slightly, the Purple Dream Emperor gently waved her wide sleeves. A mysterious power surged forth, easily sweeping the Limitless Sword Saint and the heartless Saber Emperor to the side. The Limitless Sword Saint's expression changed, his heart filled with shock. What kind of power could push him, the Crystal Overlord, away so easily? The heartless Saber Emperor's face turned pale as he said fearfully, "Is it a peak Crystal Overlord? Or could it be a half-step Divine Warrior?" The Limitless Sword Saint's expression was extremely grave as he reiterated, "I am the Limitless Sword Saint. You should have heard of my name. Give me some face and let go of this person." As the heir and son of the Emperor Killer of the South Sea, the Limitless Sword Saint had the right to do so. "Even if your father came, I would not give him face, let alone a junior like you." The Purple Dream Emperor frowned slightly, her eyes filled with disgust. "Stop pestering me. I do not like to fight." She then led Su Yu onto the chain, ignoring the brothers and entering the city. The limitless sword saint gripped his purple sword tightly as he stared at the back of the purple dream sovereign. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but he was afraid of the purple dream sovereign's strength and didn't dare to make a move himself. "Damn woman! How dare you be rude to this young master?" The limitless sword saint was extremely unwilling. Heartless Saber Monarch's eyes were also filled with hatred. If father was here, who would dare to bully us brothers? Out of the two brothers, one had been schemed against and eliminated, while the other had his woman stolen. The culprit was the same person. The most hateful thing was that the other party had the protection of a powerhouse and did not give them any face at all. Ever since they were born, only the two brothers had bullied others. No one had ever bullied them like this. "Big brother, we can't let sue you off. He actually dared to do such a thing to sister-in-law." Heartless Saber Emperor fanned the flames. It would be better to inform Imperial Father. The limitless sword saint's face darkened. Father has been busy with cultivation and has not come out for many years. Why would he rush over for such a small matter? Sha sha! Suddenly, a faintly discernible rustling sound entered his ears, as if the wind was blowing the yellow sand all over the sky. Within the sand, there was a dense, killing intent. Looking up, deep chains of laws descended from the depths of the heaven and earth, surrounding an inconspicuous small black figure and rapidly approaching. The limitless sword saint and heartless saber monarch were stunned at the same time. Then their faces revealed an ecstatic expression. "Limitless, heartless, are you in trouble?" A loud voice fell into the ears of the two. Their conversation was heard by this person. The two of them went up together, surprised and happy. "Imperial Father, aren't you in seclusion? When did you come out, and why did you suddenly come to the northern Shui nation?" Their Imperial Father was only one person. The Emperor of the Southern Sea region, the Emperor Killer. Boom! The Emperor Killer's body was surrounded by chains of laws of slaughter and suddenly descended. The clouds in the sky changed drastically, shattering into countless pieces. The 10,000-year snow mountain under his feet could not withstand the might of the Emperor and instantly collapsed. The chains dispersed and a bare-chested, broad-shouldered, majestic middle-aged man descended like an iron tower. He had a head full of blood-red hair, and around his neck was a bone chain woven from skulls. Each of the skulls was different in strength, from the weakest almighty to the mortal fairy, to the cave world venerable, to the peak overlord, and even a silver-gray skull of a half-step emperor. These were the enemies of the Emperor Killer at every stage of his life. But without exception, they were all defeated by the Emperor Killer and were refined into a necklace. These skulls represented the Emperor Killer's life experience and also represented his powerful slaughter, using slaughter as the path, using slaughter as the Emperor. The Emperor Killer's back was covered with the bones of others. The Emperor Killer had killed too many people in his life. Although he became the Emperor of Heaven and Earth, he was punished by Heaven and Earth, and his eyes were blind. No matter what kind of divine art or what kind of elixir, nothing could restore his eyes. He opened his empty, black eyes and said, "A day ago, when I was in seclusion, I received a message from the Star Pavilion's chief, Pavilion Master. He has something important to discuss with me and invited me to the northern Shui nation, so I rushed here." The limitless sword saint was slightly surprised. The Star Pavilion's chief, Pavilion Master? Wasn't it said that the legendary supreme martial artist had fought with the Emperor's corpse and was seriously injured and died? After all, he had not appeared for 30,000 years. Why did he suddenly appear and even invited Father? The Emperor Killer sneered. "How can that old monster die so easily? Even if the emperors of our 3 seas die, he might not die. He has been in seclusion for 30,000 years. So that's how it is." The Starry Pavilion's chief, Pavilion Master, suddenly appeared and even invited Father to have a discussion. The matter they are discussing must be something important. The Emperor Killer nodded and bit his head. He appeared in person, so it must be about that matter. What will come will come. I have prepared for 30,000 years, but I don't know if I can survive this catastrophe. He sighed deeply and did not continue. Instead, he looked at the two of them and sized up the ruthless Saber Emperor. He frowned slightly. Ancient dream altar. You have not made much progress. Hearing this, the ruthless Saber Emperor clenched his fists and said angrily, Father, it is all because of one person that I was eliminated in advance. Oh, is it that girl Ziwei or Shueguanin? The Emperor Killer had a smile on his face. In the entire sea of constellations, there are only those two who can eliminate you. No, it is a kid called Su Yu, the ruthless Saber Emperor said hatefully. The Emperor Killer was surprised. Su Yu, I have never heard of him. Whose successor is he? To be able to eliminate you, he should not be a nobody. His background is mysterious and no one knows. But he was the one who caused me to be eliminated. The ruthless Saber Emperor said. The most hateful thing is that he did not take me seriously because he had an expert to rely on. Father, please help me. The Emperor Killer was silent for a moment. Ruthless, do you remember what I taught you? Do not blame your failure on the enemy's strength. Only a coward would think that way. You've really disappointed me. He stared at the ruthless Saber Emperor with hollow eyes. When you return to the South Sea, reflect on your mistakes for 1,000 years. Ah, the ruthless Saber Emperor did not expect this. He was initially dissatisfied, but when he saw the Emperor Killer's cold face, he shivered and quickly nodded. Yes, I know my mistake. I accept my punishment. The Emperor Killer turned to look at the limitless Sword Saint. You are filled with evil energy, and your state of mind is not stable. Is there a problem? The limitless Sword Saint's lips trembled, but he could not speak. The ruthless Saber Emperor rolled his eyes and gnashed his teeth. Father, it is still that kid called Suyu. He had no fear of forcing sister-in-law to do despicable things to him. The Emperor Killer's aura suddenly froze, and all the snowy mountains within a radius of 10 million miles collapsed. He looked at the limitless Sword Saint and said, Limitless, is this true? The limitless Sword Saint's heart was bleeding, and he could not bear the humiliation. I saw it with my own eyes. The Emperor Killer was silent. After a moment, he said in an apathetic tone, Eliminating my son is a fair competition. I will only praise him and not punish him. But humiliating my wife and daughter is unforgivable. Where is he? The limitless Sword Saint said. He has been escorted into the Imperial City by his backer. The Imperial City? Great. I want to enter the Imperial City too. You are responsible for finding this person. Once you find him, inform me. The Emperor Killer said. I will first meet with that old man. In the Imperial City, the Purple Dream Emperor's crystalline eyes scanned the surroundings, sifting through suspicious people. After a moment, she shook her head. The sea of people is vast, and searching like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Where are those heaven rulers? The Crystal Palace, Suyu said. The Purple Dream Emperor nodded. Then I will go to the Crystal Palace. At that moment, the Purple Dream Emperor suddenly stopped in her tracks, raising her head to look at Songming, as if someone was talking to her. Her expression changed again and again, and her calm expression gradually turned serious. It was only after a long while that the conversation ended. She retracted her gaze, muttering in shock. That old man has come out of seclusion? Looks like something big has happened. She stopped in her tracks and said to Suyu, I have something to do, so I will leave first. Wait for me at the Crystal Palace. As she spoke, she took out a purple leaf and pressed it between Suyu's brows. The leaf entered Suyu's body and disappeared without a trace. Don't leave the Imperial City. This leaf will show me your location, and I will be able to sense it no matter where you go. Suyu was speechless. I am afraid that I will be silenced before you return. He who had the Path Master Buddha Sarira was coveted by many influences. Don't worry, this bamboo leaf is my original life item. If you are in danger, I will detect it immediately and appear immediately. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. The Purple Dream Emperor immediately left in a hurry, as if something big had happened. Who was talking to her just now? Su Yu thought to himself. After looking around cautiously, Su Yu finally decided to return to the Crystal Palace. As the destruction of the ancient sacrificial altar came to an end, most of the guests had returned. The crowd in the Crystal Palace was like a tide. Su Yu's appearance was immediately noticed. Look, oh my God, it's Su Yu whose whereabouts are unknown. He actually came back unscathed. Rumor has it that he entered the second floor. Doesn't that mean many pairs of complicated eyes focused on Su Yu? Su Yu sneered to himself. There were so many people coveting him. A few bold silver overlords exchanged glances with each other, then slowly approached Su Yu and surrounded him. The Path Master Buddha Sarira was too tempting, and they could not suppress it. Humph! I want to see who dares to covet the people of the Star Pavilion. A cold grunt was heard. A figure appeared in the Star Pavilion's mountain peak. It was none other than Moot Songhai. Wherever she passed, the crowd made way for her, afraid that they would be a step slower. To them, the Star Pavilion was a colossus that they did not even have the right to look up to. Moot Songhai walked in front of Su Yu and said with relief, "You are still alive." Su Yu then remembered that Moot Songhai had said that he would tell him about the origin of the black-gray stone after the ancient dream altar. However, Moot Songhai's expression turned serious, and he said something else. "Come, the Shadow Wind Cabinet Master wants to see you." Shadow Wind Cabinet Master? Su Yu was confused. Bai Shuejian's death must be faced eventually. Moot Songhai said. Only then did Su Yu come to a realization. Bai Shuejian belonged to the Red Leaf Pavilion, and the Red Leaf Pavilion was under the jurisdiction of the Shadow Wind Cabinet Master. Bai Shuejian's death was closely related to Su Yu. It was normal for the Shadow Wind Cabinet Master to look for him after the incident. Don't worry, I have already informed Cabinet Master, who in advance. He has specially rushed over from the Star Pavilion to deal with this matter. Moot Songhai said, "Even though you've left the Stellar Pavilion, you're still a member of our Sword Pavilion branch. Pavilion Master who won't sit idly by. If the Shadow Wind Pavilion Master wants to make things difficult for you, he'll have to get Pavilion Master, whose permission first." Su Yu was a little moved. Which of the Star Pavilion's 9 great Pavilion Masters was not a high-ranking person? It was not easy for them to come all the way here for him, a person who had left the Star Pavilion. "I have caused trouble for you. Let's go. There should be an explanation for this matter," Su Yu said calmly. It could be seen that Su Yu was missing, and the Shadow Wind Cabinet Master could only make things difficult for the Sword Pavilion. Unfortunately, Su Yu had never had the habit of causing trouble for others. Moot Songhai walked in front, and Su Yu followed. Suddenly, Moot Songhai said, "This jade piece was left behind by you?" Su Yu said, "Looks like you have noticed it. Cabinet Master, please report to the higher-ups. That underground space of ice always gives me an ominous feeling." Thump! Unexpectedly, Moot Songhai suddenly stopped. Her back was facing Su Yu, and her expression could not be seen clearly. Only her grave voice was filled with a deep heaviness. "It's the Ancient Corpse Faction." Su Yu froze. Ancient Corpse Faction? What is that? Moot Songhai turned around, staring at Su Yu. "You are carrying one of the Ancient Corpse Faction's 3 great Corpse Kings, but do you not know what kind of existence the Ancient Corpse Faction is?" Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. 3 great Corpse Kings? Was he talking about the female corpse in the ice coffin? Moot Songhai said, "In the past, the ancient star descended into the sea of constellations. Not long after, the 3 great Corpse Kings descended into the world, causing a catastrophe that affected the entire sea of constellations. The Purple Dream Divine Warrior, the Emperor Killer, the 3 great Pavilion Masters of the Star Pavilion, and even the Chief Pavilion Master. Only then did the catastrophe stop." After that, the three great corpse kings retreated to the snowy North Sea, hiding underground and establishing the ancient corpse faction. The most terrifying of them, the Emperor Corpse, sealed itself in the incredible ice crystal lake, never to come out again. Looking at Su Yu, Mu Songhai said, "We are all very surprised that you became the representative of the ancient corpse faction to participate in the ancient dream altar." Su Yu was surprised, looking at the mountain peak where the coffin mark was carved. It turned out that the mark represented the ancient corpse faction. Su Yu could not explain that the female corpse had stuck to Su Yu of her own accord. Taking a breath, Su Yu said, "I am not a member of the ancient corpse faction." Mu Songhai smiled and said without hesitation, "I know and I trust you." After many interactions, Mu Songhai trusted this young man from the bottom of his heart. "So, it is time to tell you about the black gray stone." Mu Songhai's eyes were full of determination. "That stone is related to a secret that I have hidden for many years, apart from the Star Pavilion's chief Pavilion Master and the three great Pavilion Masters. No one else knows about it. A secret that only the divine warriors of heaven and earth knew about?" Su Yu's heart moved, and he said, "Is it the heavenly stem, starry disaster?" Mu Songhai was stunned, a little surprised. Soon after, he said helplessly, "You are really too smart. It seems like nothing in the world can hide from you." Nodding, Mu Songhai said, "That's right. It is the heavenly stem, starry disaster." Chapter 1712. Back then, I went deep into the ancient star with the other 7 Pavilion Masters. In the end, I was the only one who came back alive. Do you know why? Mu Songhai recalled bitterly. Su Yu pondered. It was rumored that the 8 Pavilion Masters were trapped in the formation of the ancient star. Mu Songhai sacrificed the other 7 to escape. Cabinet Master, do you mean that there is more to it than meets the eye? Su Yu asked. Mu Songhai's eyes were filled with tears. He choked. "Actually, we did not encounter a killing formation like the rumors say." "What?" Su Yu was surprised. Then why did the 8-star Pavilion Masters end up in such a miserable state? In that era, those who could become Pavilion Masters were all glazed crystal overlords. With the 8 of them working together, even a half-step divine warrior of heaven and earth would have to retreat. Why did 7 deaths and 1 injury cause a world-shaking, heavenly stem, star tribulation? Because, Mu Songhai recalled, even after 30,000 years, he still had lingering fears. His voice trembled. What we encountered was even more terrifying. I saw rows of ancient stone coffins in the ancient star. They densely covered the entire ancient star, and their number was incalculable. Mu Songhai said, "In each ancient stone coffin, there was an ancient corpse. They came back to life, absorbing the corpse energy in the stone coffins to cultivate." Su Yu's heart jumped. Ancient corpses that came back to life, absorbing corpse energy to cultivate? Wasn't that what he saw in the incredible ice space? At the end of the row of stone coffins, I saw a huge altar, and on the altar there were 10 abnormally huge ancient bronze coffins. Mu Songhai's expression was full of fear. In the ancient bronze coffins, there were 10 divine warrior level corpse kings. 10? Su Yu's pupils shrank. Not to mention the other stone coffins, the 10 corpse kings in the ancient bronze coffins were enough to sweep away the glorious ancient god realm. Our arrival awakened one of the corpse kings, and it began to hunt us down. Mu Songhai cried. The 8 of us were no match for the corpse king. We didn't even have the chance to escape. In front of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, the glazed crystal overlord was just a small creature. So how did Mu Songhai escape? Had they really sacrificed 7 of their companions to escape with their last breaths? The 8 of us were all suppressed by the corpse king. He sealed us in 8 stone coffins and wanted to turn us into the corpse clan. Mu Songhai said in a trembling voice. At the last moment, it was the Grand Pavilion Master who used the forbidden technique. dream of the horizon, to teleport me out of the ancient star through his dream. However, in front of the divine emperor of heaven and earth, the divine skill of the overlord is just a joke. The zombie king killed the grand cabinet master who was casting the skill with one palm and interrupted the forbidden skill. I teleported halfway and fell back to the ancient star, Mu Songhai said. But the other 6 pavilion masters also attacked at this time. They detonated their inner mansion gates, one after another, to continue the grand pavilion master's forbidden technique. That was how I was lucky enough to escape. However, all of them died tragically. Not a single one of them survived. Speaking of this, Mu Songhai's expression was sorrowful and full of guilt. Was this the truth? It was they who took the initiative to sacrifice themselves, not Mu Songhai, who was afraid of death and killed them. Looking at the old body that was constantly trembling, Suyu finally understood why everyone despised her, why the descendants of the 7 pavilion masters regarded her as an enemy, insulting and plotting against her. Yet she remained indifferent. She neither refuted nor fought back, letting them do whatever they wanted. It turned out to be guilt. The 7 pavilion masters used their lives in exchange for her survival. She was carrying heavy shackles on her back. Even when she was maliciously harmed by the descendants of the 7 pavilion masters, she was unwilling to attack them. Staring at him deeply, Suyu sighed silently. He finally understood why the Star Pavilion still took in the cowardly Mu Songhai. It turned out that there was an unknown reason for everything. Not long after, that Corpse King awakened the other 2 Corpse Kings. The 3 great Corpse Kings appeared in the sea of constellations and set off a boundless calamity. Mu Songhai revealed the unknown truth. The ancient corpses came from that distant ancient star. It was because I returned alive and reported the news to the Star Pavilion that the chief pavilion master, who was in deep seclusion, could come out in time and turn the tide, forcing the 3 great Corpse Kings to live in seclusion and even forcing the Emperor Corpse to seal itself. Suyu curiously asked, "Then your cultivation level is—" A bitter smile crossed Mu Songhai's mouth. "In the battle with the Corpse Clan, I found the Corpse King who killed the 7 pavilion masters. I wanted to avenge them, so I did not hesitate to damage my own cultivation level and cast a forbidden technique. Unfortunately, it was like a moth flying into a flame. The Corpse King destroyed my forbidden technique with a thought. If not for the chief pavilion master's intervention, I would have long been a pile of white bones. So that was it. However, Mu Songhai had yet to explain the origin of the black gray stone. As if he knew what Suyu was thinking, Mu Songhai continued, "However, my forbidden technique was not a complete failure. At least I managed to cut off a finger from the Corpse King." Suyu's heart skipped a beat. "You can't be saying that the black gray stone is the Corpse King's finger?" Mu Songhai said, "Haha, at first I was the same as you. I did not believe it at all, and I did not believe that there was anything in this world that could enhance one's comprehension of cultivation techniques. But the truth is right in front of us." Suyu's heart trembled. The Corpse King's body was actually condensed from such a strange stone. In the past 30,000 years, I have studied it carefully and have barely found an explanation. Mu Songhai's eyes shone with a deep light. Life and death are maintained by the original rules of heaven and earth. No living creature can predict this rule. But how can the dead ancient corpses be resurrected? The answer lies in their bodies. In a body made of this special material, it is possible to avoid the rules of life and death and come back to life. Her explanation sounded incomprehensible to the average person. But Suyu, who had come into contact with the mother of all rules, the great path of absolute beginning, was exceptionally convinced. The dead could not be resurrected. This was the original rule of the absolute beginning realm, the great path of absolute beginning. Only 2 kinds of people could break the shackles of the great path of absolute beginning. One was like Suyu, who had mastered the profound meaning of life of the 8 great heavenly paths. The other was to avoid the detection of the great path of absolute beginning. Even for the former, if Su Yu wanted to resurrect a person, there was a prerequisite, and that was that the person still had a breath left in the world. Otherwise, Su Yu could not resurrect a person out of thin air. One could imagine that it was not easy for the latter to avoid the detection of the great path of absolute beginning. The body made of this nature-defying material could protect the dead from the detection of the great path of absolute beginning, and it had a certain amount of power. The question was, where did this material come from? Many ancient books had never recorded it. It couldn't have been born out of thin air, could it? Then, what about the ordinary corpse race? Su Yu asked. Mu Tsanhai shook his head. No, the true corpse clan is born with the cultivation of the divine realm of heaven and earth, which is the corpse king level. The ancient corpses under their control are all creatures that they have captured and sealed. Just like the corpse king that year, he wanted to refine the 8 of us into his puppets. Their bodies are merely flesh and blood. Hearing this, Su Yu could not help but gasp. They were born with the level of the corpse king? Wasn't the corpse race too terrifying? Suddenly, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Mu Tsanhai quickly told him about the origin of the black-gray stone and the secret of the ancient star. What was his purpose? After thinking for a while, Su Yu said, Cabinet Master, do you hope that I can enter the ancient star? If he wanted to get the black-gray stone, he could only enter the ancient star. Mu Tsanhai praised, It's easy to talk to you. You can understand without any guidance. She looked at the sky, faintly, her chest full of bitterness. For 30,000 years I have been looking for a suitable candidate, hoping that someone can go deep into the ancient star for me and bring back the bodies of the 7 of them. This is the greatest wish of my life. Su Yu was silent. The corpses of the 7 glazed crystal overlords fell into the ancient star, where the corpse energy soared to the sky. Perhaps they would have already been transformed into ancient corpses. Bringing them back was not as simple as bringing them back, even if there were no other obstacles. Just subduing the 7 glazed crystal overlord ancient corpses would require supreme divine power. Cabinet Master, don't you think too highly of me? Su Yu smiled bitterly. The ancient star is a place of great danger. If I go there, I will never return. Mu Tsanhai said, You saved my life at the ancient dream altar, and the debt of gratitude has long been settled. How can I ask you to take the risk for me? Su Yu was slightly stunned. Then the Cabinet Master wants me to enter the ancient star because the corners of Mu Tsanhai's mouth curled up coldly. He said, I am giving you a great opportunity. Opportunity? What kind of opportunity could there be in a place of great danger and evil like the ancient star? The Star Pavilion began planning as early as 30,000 years ago in order to capture all the ancient corpses in the ancient star that have not yet awakened. Mu Tsanhai said, Now that 30,000 years have passed, the Chief Cabinet Master's injuries have recovered, and the divine technique has been successfully completed. You already have the capital to compete with the Emperor Corpse. It is time to eradicate the threat of the ancient corpses. Su Yu's heart was boiling. Cabinet Master, do you mean that the Star Pavilion will invade the ancient star? Mu Tsanhai clenched his fists, his eyes burning with flames. Not only the Star Pavilion, but the South Sea, the East Sea, and the North Sea will all be invited to participate in the extermination of the ancient star. At that time, all the strong men above the Overlord level will be mobilized to participate in the battle of life and death. If you can set off with the army and seize the opportunity to seize the remains of some corpse kings, it will be an unimaginable great opportunity for your various divine techniques. It will be hundreds of times more powerful than the opportunity at the ancient dream altar. Mu Tsanhai's eyes were burning. In today's world, apart from the Star Pavilion's three great pavilion masters, the chief cabinet master and Moot Songhai. Only Suyu knew the secret of the Corpse King's bodies. He had come prepared to collect the Corpse King's remains without anyone else knowing. One could imagine how beneficial it would be. Back then, a simple small piece had allowed Suyu to capture the inspiration of the heaven's sun gazing at air to break through to the spirit-devouring realm. If he could get more, wouldn't any divine techniques be like water flowing into a canal? Thinking of this, Suyu's emotions surged, and he was extremely tempted. However, Moot Songhai was a little hesitant. In addition to us, there may be overseas forces participating. Whether they know the secret of the Corpse King's bodies is unknown. Hearing this, Suyu was slightly shocked. Overseas forces? Are there any forces outside of the Sea of Constellations? The great beginning realm that he knew was limited to the Sea of Constellations. Chapter 1713. Civilization. Suyu was no stranger to it. In the past, the Nine Dragons' Valley God Realm civilization was destroyed by the sinful woman and the World Annihilation Dragon. According to the degree of prosperity, the civilizations in each region are different. Usually, they are divided according to the star system. For example, our Sea of Constellations civilization is... As Moot Songhai said this, he was a little embarrassed. Ahem, for example, our neighboring Great Yu dynasty is a 2-star civilization. There are many powerful forces there, and there are dozens of divine warriors of heaven and earth. There are even rumors that there is a triple crown king there. The so-called 3 crowns referred to the third realm of the Emperor realm. The publicly acknowledged strongest person in the Sea of Constellations was the Stellar Pavilion's chief pavilion master. But he was only a double champion. Hiss! Sovereign warriors of dozens of heavens and earth? There were even people at the level of the Triple Crown. Why was that kind of civilization more terrifying than Nine Dragons, Valley's God Realm civilization? Could the civilization created by ancient God Nine Dragon be inferior to the Great Yu dynasty? Given ancient God Nine Dragon's supreme status, there was no way such a simple civilization could exist. There was definitely something fishy about it. Collecting his thoughts, Suyu asked curiously, if the Great Yu dynasty is a 2-star civilization, then our Sea of Constellations should be a 1-star civilization, right? Moot Songhai had a guilty conscience and said awkwardly, barely, compared to a 1-star civilization, we are still a little lacking. How much more do I need? Suyu asked curiously. Moot Songhai laughed dryly. Probably just 1 star away. Suyu was stupefied. The civilization of the Sea of Constellations could not even be ranked among the stars. It belonged to a barbaric civilization. Ahem, all right, it's time to go down. Don't worry, with Minister Hu here, no one can do anything to you. Moot Songhai changed the subject. Suyu wasn't too worried. With the royal scepter dragon sword, even if the divine warriors of heaven and earth were present, they would be able to repel him with a single strike and escape easily. Moreover, he was now an important clue to the Purple Dream divine warrior. What could the Shadow Wind cabinet master do to Suyu? The Star Pavilion's juniors were summoned to the main hall by their elders. Firstly, it was to report their gains from the ancient dream altar. Secondly, it was to exchange experiences. Thirdly, he had to deal with some unexpected matters. For example, the deaths of Bai Shuejian, Shan Xiong, and Wei Lu. The exchange was hosted by the 9 pavilion heads. Even in the Star Pavilion's general pavilion, it was rare to see a large-scale meeting like this. Congratulations, great pavilion master. Out of the 10 invitations from the Star Pavilion, only the Sword Light Pavilion under your jurisdiction is left in the dust. The 9 pavilion chiefs exchanged greetings with each other. When the topic of the Blood Guanyin was brought up, the other 8 pavilion heads all sighed with different moods. In the end, among the 10 people who entered the central area, only 2 people from the Star Pavilion were qualified. They were Shui Guanyin and Lan Yu. Shui Guanyin was the only member of the Stellar Tower who obtained the Tao Master's insights. As for Lan Yu, She was automatically ignored by the pavilion leaders present. She herself was like a speck of dust, sitting inconspicuously among the subordinates of the Red Leaf Pavilion branch. She lowered her head in silence, hearing everyone praise the blood guanine. Lan Yu clenched her fists even tighter. She was only one step away from the loft. Just one step. A great regret filled his heart. Haha, don't overestimate this child. Her level of cultivation is far from enough, the Grand Duke Cabinet Leader said modestly. He looked at the blood guanine with admiration. She had earned a great deal of face for him. Blood guanine said calmly, "Seniors, you are flattering me. There are many people who are better than me, such as Empress Siwei, or the former member of the Stellar Pavilion, Shuiyu. He is the one worthy of me studying." At the mention of Shuiyu, the atmosphere became a little strange. Many gazes looked at Pavilion Leader, who at the same time, he was the only Pavilion Leader who had received 2 invitation letters. But the important thing was that the one who became the first 5 Spirit King in history was Shuiyu, who had abandoned him. This was a great irony. Indeed, the one who left everyone else in the dust should be the Sword Pavilion branch. An eccentric voice snorted. The other pavilion leaders had strange expressions, but they tacitly did not reply. Pavilion Leader who took a long breath and said calmly, "The Shadow Wind Pavilion Leader is also not bad. After all, Lan Yu has also entered the central area of the Red Leaf Pavilion branch under your jurisdiction." Everyone was well aware of how Lan Yu entered the central area with her level of cultivation. It was nothing more than selling her body, which was despicable. Pavilion Leader, who bringing up this point, was really like a slap to the face. As if his sore spot had been poked, the eccentric Shadow Wind Pavilion Leader immediately glared at him coldly. "The one with the surname Who, are you mocking me?" Pavilion Leader who smiled and said nothing. When mocking others, he found joy in it. When being mocked, he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was narrow-minded and made a joke of others. If it wasn't for Shuiyu from your pavilion branch, who killed by Shuejian and Shan Xiong, how could our Red Leaf Pavilion branch have fallen to such a state? Ying Feng was furious. Pavilion Leader who said reasonably, "Shan Xiong tried to kill the pavilion leader of his pavilion, so he deserved to die. As for Bai Shuejian, I believe everyone here saw how he died." Everyone nodded slightly. "He died because of that young man named Huang Fulayang." "Pa!" Ying Feng slammed his palm on the table and said angrily, "The one with the surname who... Don't even think about getting away with it today." "Why? Do you want to fight me?" Pavilion Leader who was calm and composed. Ying Feng glared at him, but he really did not dare to fight Pavilion Leader who. This person was personally brought back from outside by a Pavilion Leader, and he had shown amazing business talent, so an exception was made to promote him to Pavilion Leader. Even though his cultivation level was ordinary and not even at the level of an overlord, his status might not be the lowest among the 9 Pavilion Leaders. "I'll settle the score with the one with the surname Shui," Ying Feng said fiercely. Pavilion Leader who sneered. "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little strange, and everyone fell silent. Settle the score with Siyu? It was not up to Pavilion Leader Ying Feng. After hesitating for a moment, Pavilion Leader Tai Gong said, "Pavilion Leader Ying Feng, please calm down about Shuiyu." As Pavilion Leader who said, "The deaths of Bai Shuejian and Shan Xiong were self-inflicted. You can't blame Shuiyu." His persuasion seemed sincere and earnest, but it actually contained a hint of threat. "That's right. Not only did Shuiyu not do anything wrong, but he also brought great glory to the Star Pavilion, the 5 Spirit King, the descendant of the faceless Buddha. TSK, how many years has it been since the Star Pavilion has produced such a stunning talent? Haha, that's right. We have the same thoughts. It's time to invite Shuiyu back. He was wronged and left the Star Pavilion in a fit of anger. Now that the 9 pavilion leaders are gathered here, it's time to settle this matter and invite him back. I agree too. He is a member of the Star Pavilion, and this cannot be changed. The 9 pavilion leaders discussed how to invite Suyu back with great interest, and their words were filled with excitement. Ninefold was secretly furious. Invite Suyu back? Suyu had been away for such a long time. Why didn't anyone seek justice for him? Now that Suyu had been appointed by the legendary Pathmaster, his future potential was limitless. That was why they were scrambling to invite Suyu back. Ninefold thought to himself. All of a sudden, he squinted his eyes and looked around at the few pavilion leaders present. He could not help but sneer. Ha ha ha! All of you have a good plan. Ninefold laughed. Now, Shui doesn't belong to the Star Pavilion in name, and he's not under Pavilion Leader, whose jurisdiction. If we invite him back, who will be in charge? Of course, Suyu would be the one to decide. The few Pavilion Leaders smiled without saying a word. Their faces were inscrutable, tacitly agreeing with Ninefold's argument. On the other hand, Pavilion Leader, whose face was much more embarrassed. Among the 9 great Pavilion Leaders, his ranking was not high. His departure in the past was the result of his failure to protect Suyu. If Suyu came back and had to choose again, would he still choose him? The answer was no. The other Pavilion Leaders, except for Pavilion Leader Ninefold, were all confident. It seemed that they had made sufficient preparations to persuade Suyu to join them. Everyone, this is inappropriate, isn't it? Since Shui left my place and came back, he should come back to me. That is in line with the rules, Pavilion Leader Hu argued. Pavilion Leader Great Duke said, Pavilion Leader Hu, what you said is incorrect. According to what you said, Suyu was the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Sword Pavilion when he left. Now that he has come back, are you telling me that he is going to take up the post of Deputy Pavilion Master in the insignificant Sword Pavilion? With Suyu's current abilities, he was more than qualified to be a Pavilion Master, let alone a Deputy Pavilion Master. Moreover, he would be one of the top Pavilion Masters. No, I didn't mean that. I meant Pavilion Leader Hu explained hurriedly. The other Pavilion Leaders spoke up one after another. Pavilion Leader Hu, don't be unreasonable. The Shuiyu of today is different from the past. He is no longer someone you can train. Exactly. Such a future human king should be taught by us, the senior Pavilion Leaders, personally. Everyone chimed in one after another, leaving Cabinet Leader Hu out of the conversation. Everyone was on the same page, and he could not argue back. Seeing this, Ninefold felt relieved. He really did not expect things to take a turn for the worse, and that Pavilion Leader Hu would end up being besieged. Haha, Hu, it looks like things aren't going as smoothly as you imagined. Ninefold said sarcastically, Why don't I try to invite Shuiyu to join me? You? Pavilion Leader Hu stared at him. Ninefold laughed. Why can't I? As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I admire his talent. He knew that he could not do anything to Suyu, so he took advantage of the situation and took Suyu under his command. Pavilion Leader Hu was furious. This was too much. As the most junior Pavilion Leader, he was being bullied by the other 8 Pavilion Leaders, but he could do nothing about it. After all, he was not the only Pavilion Leader with a powerful background, especially Pavilion Leader Great Duke. His experience was the most terrifying. 30,000 years ago, he was the only Pavilion Leader among the 9 great Pavilion Leaders who did not enter the Ancient Star because he was away on official business. Hence, he had avoided the calamity and survived until today. Among the 9 great Pavilion Leaders, his words carried enormous weight. Pavilion Leader Hu was powerless when he personally said that he wanted to snatch Suyu. However, on second thought, Pavilion Leader Hu breathed a sigh of relief. Suyu's life and death were unknown, and his whereabouts were unknown. How could he take him under his command? However, almost as soon as he thought about it, the servants outside the hall reported hurriedly. Reporting to the 9 great Pavilion Leaders, Pavilion Leader Mu has returned with Deputy Pavilion Leader Shui. What? The 9 great pavilion leaders, who were in the middle of a discussion, were stunned. Wasn't Suyu missing? Why did he suddenly appear? But immediately, the 9 of them came to their senses. They slammed the table and stood up, using their divine powers to fly out. For this, they did not hesitate to use their teleportation divine techniques and rushed out, all wanting to be the first to come into contact with Suyu. Unfortunately, Pavilion Leader whose cultivation was too weak. When he was about to fly out, the seats of the 8 pavilion leaders were empty. Chapter 1714. Outside, Mu Songhai led Suyu to the main palace, his heart heavy with worry. She simulated countless possible scenarios in her mind. What if the Shadow Wind Cabinet Master insists on punishing Suyu? What if the other Cabinet Masters also have a problem with Suyu and join forces with the Shadow Wind Cabinet Master to suppress Suyu? All kinds of disadvantageous situations flashed through her mind. After a round of deduction, she found that the best-case scenario was that Cabinet Leader who stood his ground and protected Suyu. She couldn't help but feel slightly regretful, and she said, "Suyu, I probably shouldn't have promised you. If I hadn't, you wouldn't have come back here." She had thought that Suyu had returned to the dazzling Crystal Palace for the secret of the black-gray stone. Unexpectedly, before Mu Songhai's voice fell, the space around him fluctuated violently. 8 extremely powerful waves of divine power suddenly descended. Mu Songhai's heart sank, and he protected Suyu behind him. His heart sank to the bottom. "Not good. Leave quickly. The 8 pavilion masters want to harm you." Apart from this possibility, she really couldn't think of any other reason for the 8 pavilion masters to show up at the same time. Suyu's eyes flashed coldly as he secretly activated the Royal Power Dragon Sword. If those old things really didn't know what was good for them, then even if he had to face the danger of being devoured, he would still teach them a lesson. Swish, 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 the 8 pavilion masters showed up one after another. Grand Duke Pavilion Elder took a big step forward with a warm smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, little friend, I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Ha!" Mu Songhai was stunned for a moment. It seemed that great Pavilion Master's expression didn't seem to be unfavorable to him. "Suyu, my little friend, you're really a young hero." The Langia Cabinet Master also squeezed forward with a smile. "So you're Suyu? TSK, you're really a talented man." "How rare." Another cabinet chief squeezed his way over. "Haha, you must be Suyu, the one who helped me to clean up my house. I would like to treat you to a meal. I wonder if you would do me the honor?" Mu Songhai's mind was empty, and he fell into a daze. What happened to make these 8 mysterious old fellows become so approachable? The most exaggerated thing was that even Shadow Wind took the initiative to express goodwill. She thought she was dreaming. It was not until she was pushed out by the 8 pavilion chiefs that she woke up from her dream. At this moment, she saw Cabinet Leader who stumbling over. She immediately went up to him and supported him, asking, "Cabinet Leader, what happened?" Hu Gazhang's face was filled with anxiety. "Don't talk anymore. Help me squeeze in quickly. We cannot let them snatch Suyu away first." "Huh." Mu Songhai instantly understood what was going on. These old fellows were actually trying to recruit Suyu as their subordinates. After figuring this out, Mu Songhai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Based on her understanding of Suyu, she knew that he wouldn't be attracted by any temptations. Under Minister Hu's urging, she had no choice but to help him open a path, allowing him to squeeze in. When he entered, the 8 pavilion masters had already thrown out their baits, especially Pavilion Master Taigong's bait, which made Pavilion Master Hu feel helpless. "Suyu, my young friend, if you join me, I would like to invite you to be the Cabinet Master of the Sword Light Cabinet." And that child, Blood Guanyin, I think you two are a perfect match, truly a match made in heaven." Not only did he hand over the strongest pavilion branch of the Star Pavilion to Suyu, but he also betrothed the strongest heaven ruler, Shui Guanyin, pavilion master who found it difficult to speak. How could his subordinates compare to this? Suyu was a little speechless. Weren't they supposed to make things difficult for him? He had already mentally prepared himself. But in the end, they were all just solicitations. Hearing Pavilion Master Taigong's temptations, Suyu was speechless. He tactfully refused. "Thank you for your kindness, Pavilion Masters, but I need to think about it." "Haha, no matter. You have only joined the Star Pavilion for a short time, so you do not know much about it. Let Blood Guanyin accompany you and explain the details of the Star Pavilion to you." Pavilion Master Taigong was not surprised at all. The other Pavilion Masters secretly cursed the old fox. With Blood Guanyin accompanying him, would Suyu still consider other Pavilion Masters? Seeing that the other Pavilion Masters wanted to slander him again, Pavilion Master Taigong waved his sleeves and forced the other Pavilion Masters to open a path. He smiled at Suyu. "Let's go. That child, Blood Guanyin, has been talking about you." Black lines appeared on Suyu's forehead. She really didn't give him any leeway to choose. Moreover, he really didn't want to face Blood Guanyin now. If she hadn't understood Suyu's good intentions, she might still hate him now. Just as Suyu was thinking of a way to escape, his gaze swept over the Pavilion Masters. He seemed to have found a slightly familiar figure out of the corner of his eye, and he couldn't help but look back. Finally, he fixed his gaze on a short and fat figure that was the outermost. He was slightly plump and had a mustache. His eyes were full of craftiness. Suyu was stunned by his appearance. He really found him familiar. He couldn't help but walk over curiously. Cupping his fists, he said, "Your Excellency, have we met somewhere before?" Pavilion Master, who was hanging his head dejectedly. He didn't have any hope of recruiting Suyu back to his side. Hearing such a question out of the blue, he raised his head in surprise. Suyu's face came into view. Pavilion Master, who was stunned for a moment. He said, "I am Pavilion Master who? Perhaps you have seen me somewhere before?" Pavilion Master who? Suyu was surprised. So he was the Pavilion Master in charge of the Sword Pavilion. If that was the case, it was possible that he had seen his portrait by accident. "Oh." Suyu nodded and brushed past him. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped and turned his head to look at Pavilion Master who. His heart was filled with doubts. "No." Suyu shook his head and said, "I think I saw you a long time ago." The long time, he said, was before he came to the great beginning realm. Cabinet Master, who was startled. But seeing that Suyu was interested in him, he was naturally happy. He said, "My name is Xiaodai. Perhaps you and I are fated, and you have seen my image somewhere." "Who?" "Xiaodai." Suyu muttered. The more he thought about it, the more familiar it sounded. His thoughts went back to an inconspicuous place in the Jiuzhou continent. The Blue Mountain Range, the Yuan family shop, the elixir shopkeeper, who Xiaodai, "It's you!" Suyu said in surprise. He felt like everything was unreal. In the past, he had forcibly reversed time and space to take on the Central Prefecture's King's Realm Crossing attack. As a result, he had overdrafted his vitality and turned into a white-haired old man. Later on, he had come to the Blue Mountain Range's Yuan family's house, where he had secretly refined the fairy expansion pill and given it to the elixir shopkeeper, Hu Xiaodai, to sell. Later on, they were coveted, so they had no choice but to give up. Suyu gifted him with a sum of money and sent him to a faraway place. Suyu couldn't believe his eyes. He had unexpectedly seen Hu Xiaodai outside of the Tao Tai's cage. Hu Xiaodai was confused and asked, "Do you know me?" It was rare for Suyu to run into an old friend, so he became excited and asked, "Have you forgotten me?" Hu Xiaodai was at a loss. He had never seen Suyu before. All of a sudden, Suyu realized where the problem was. His whole body emitted a divine light and his appearance changed. He had transformed from a handsome, silver-haired young man into a white-haired, sage-like old man. Ah, it's you, old mister. You are my great benefactor. When Hu Xiaojia's face appeared, his expression changed, and he cried out in alarm. In the past, Suyu had interacted with him in the body of an old man, so he obviously couldn't recognize the young Suyu. Hu Xiaojia's facial muscles twitched, which showed how excited he was. Plop! Under everyone's gaze, Hu Xiaodai knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Benefactor, please forgive Hu Xiaodai for being blind and not recognizing Benefactor. Suyu hurriedly helped him up and said delightedly, What, Benefactor? You and I are old friends. Let's find a quiet place to talk. He was very curious. How could a mortal leave the Tao Tai's cage? Many strong men of the Path Masters couldn't even escape from that place. Hu Xiaodai was also very excited. Holding Su Yu's hand, they moved to the side hall to talk alone. The cabinet masters on the ground were left in shock. Damn it! How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Man's plan is beyond God's plan. Are they old acquaintances? Even the cabinet master, Great Grand Duke, was speechless. Could it be so ridiculous? Su Yu was about to fall into his trap, but this happened. In the hall, the two of them talked for half a day. It turned out that when Hu Xiaodai left that day, she was accidentally swept away by an extraterrestrial evil wind. When she reappeared, she fell into a strange giant formation in the sea and was surrounded by a group of sea beasts. Coincidentally, a cabinet master of the Star Pavilion was investigating the formation nearby. He was surprised by Hu Xiaojia's appearance and background, so he brought her back to the Star Pavilion. Later, he found out that Hu Xiaodai was quite accomplished in business, so he started from the bottom and gradually became a cabinet master. Such a miraculous experience made Su Yu sigh endlessly. However, Su Yu noticed the formation. The cabinet master must have accidentally triggered the formation, causing Hu Xiaodai, who was in the cage, to be accidentally transported out. If that was the case, didn't it mean that the cage was not invulnerable? If the sinful lady knew about this loophole, would she, realizing the seriousness of the matter, Su Yu said, Remember not to mention this to anyone, for the sake of you, me, and the Star Pavilion. If he let the sinful lady out of the cage, the consequences would be unimaginable. The civilization of the constellation C could be destroyed by the sinful lady with a single thought. After talking for a long time, they finally brought up the matter of rejoining the Star Pavilion. Su Yu said, It's not that I don't want to, but my identity is special now, and I can't trust the Star Pavilion. Hu Xiaodai understood immediately and slapped her head. Look at me, I didn't think of that. You are now rumored to have received the Pathmaster's legacy, and I can't be sure whether the 3 great cabinet masters will have designs on you. You really should leave this place as soon as possible. But if that happens, the promise I made to you before to repay your kindness will fall through. Su Yu laughed. You ordered Mu Sanhai to invite me into the Sword Pavilion, which was a great help to me. I have repaid my kindness, so you don't have to take it to heart. Oh, benefactor, you are as generous as ever. Unfortunately, if I don't repay your kindness, I won't be able to rest in peace, Hu Xiaodai said. If there is a chance, I will definitely repay this kindness. Nodding, Su Yu said, Then I will return to the peak of the ancient corpse sect first. I won't show my face in public for a while. That would be for the best, Hu Xiaodai said. Beep, beep. All of a sudden, Hu Xiaojia's jade pendant rang hurriedly. Her face changed slightly, and she said, The chief pavilion master and the 3 pavilion masters have returned. Them. Su Yu's expression tightened. If it was not necessary, he really didn't want to face them. The Purple Dream Divine Warrior of the East Ocean, the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior of the North Ocean, and the Killer Emperor of the South Ocean have also returned. It seems like they will have to continue their discussion. Oh, the Purple Dream Divine Warrior is here too? Then there's nothing to worry about. However, the Killer Emperor. Su Yu frowned, and he vaguely had a bad feeling. Chapter 17:15. After thinking for a while, Su Yu said, I'll leave first. Although he had the purple dream divine warrior to rely on, it was better to avoid trouble if possible. Hu Shaodai said, "All right, one less trouble. I'll leave the Crystal Palace in my personal carriage and deceive people." He touched his storage device and took out a bronze carriage. The carriage was equipped with powerful formations, including attack, defense, and isolation, all of which were the work of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. Su Yu was secretly surprised. The Star Pavilion treated the 9 pavilion masters exceptionally well. Even the carriage was personally forged by the divine warriors of heaven and earth. With this item in hand, even if the pavilion masters were attacked by the crystal overlord, they would be safe and sound. The isolation effect of the bronze carriage allowed Su Yu to leave the Crystal Palace easily without being detected. Su Yu hesitated. "Once I leave, I may not be able to return. How can I return this to you?" Losing such a precious item would cause Hu Shaodai a lot of trouble. "Haha, the benevolent heart pavilion master has always favored me. If I lose the bronze carriage, he will only scold me a little." "It's no big deal," Hu Shaodai said readily. Su Yu was moved. It was easy for him to say, but it was not easy to forge the bronze carriage. If it was really lost, he was afraid that it would not just be a few words of reprimand. "Benefactor, you have given me a new lease on life. What's a mere bronze carriage? Without you, would I still be where I am now? Take it. It's best if you can return it to me. If you can't come back, consider it a farewell gift from me to you, benefactor," Hu Shaodai said. Su Yu pondered for a moment, then took out a whole 10,000-year-old golden flames forbidden wood from the 9 jade spiritual pearl. "I have nothing else to give you. Just take it." Su Yu wrapped it with his divine power to prevent the smell of the golden flames forbidden wood from spreading, and stuffed it into Hu Xiaojia's palm. As the pavilion master of the Star Pavilion, Hu Xiaojia's vast experience was amazing. He recognized it at first glance and cried out in shock. The extinct divine wood, the golden flames forbidden wood? And it's 10,000-year-old. Hiss! This one can be bought with 10 bronze carriages. Sure. Su Yu gestured to keep quiet and pointed outside. Hu Shaodai understood. She lowered her voice and said hurriedly, "Benefactor, I cannot accept such a great gift." Su Yu said, "Don't worry, I still have a lot. Make good use of this golden flames forbidden wood. I hope it will help you in your situation in the Starry Pavilion." It was more than just help. Hu Shaodai was well aware of this. How important was the golden flames forbidden wood to divine warriors of heaven and earth? It was the birthday of the Snow Dragon Emperor. Just a thumb-long piece was enough to make him incomparably happy. He was willing to use precious Emperor-level talismans to exchange for it. This entire stock was 10,000 times the size of that small section. With this golden flames forbidden wood, how many connections could Hu Shaodai establish in the Star Pavilion? Perhaps the other 2 cabinet venerables would also have to be somewhat polite to Hu Shaodai. Even if the other 8 pavilion chiefs wanted to join forces to bully him, they would have to consider the attitude of the 3 pavilion masters first. His position among the 9 pavilion masters would be greatly improved. "I owe benefactor another great favor," Hu Shaodai said in shame. Su Yu smiled. "All right, I will leave immediately. Take care of yourself." After saying that, Su Yu boarded the bronze carriage. The carriage was engraved with various switches for various formations. Su Yu activated the isolation formation and drove the bronze carriage out of the side palace. The many pavilion chiefs outside the room were stunned. Pavilion master, whose bronze carriage? Why did he leave so suddenly? The great Duke Cabinet Master had a bad feeling. He came to the front of the side palace in a flash and knocked on the door. "Su Yu, how are you now?" "Humph." With a light snort, Hu Shaodai twisted her slightly plump body and walked out with her chest puffed out. The great Duke Cabinet Master glanced inside. There was no one there. He could not help but ask angrily, "Where did you send Shui Yu?" Obviously, the person in the bronze carriage just now was not Hu Xiaodai herself, but Su Yu. I have no comment, Hu Xiaodai said lightly. In the past, when facing the great Duke Cabinet Master, he had no confidence. But now, touching the storage device, the corners of Hu Xiaodai's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Soon, everything would change. The bronze carriage left the dazzling Crystal Palace. Along the way, all the guests automatically made way for it, their eyes filled with awe. Only a beautiful figure followed it quietly. Su Yu kept his promise with the Purple Dream Divine Warrior and did not leave the Imperial City. He wanted to find a secluded place to hide. Beep! All of a sudden, the runes carved on the inside of the bronze carriage radiated a green light and appeared before Su Yu's eyes. The green light was depicting a complete topographic map of the Shui Nation of the Northern Territory. Every street and the shops along the way were extremely detailed. The bronze carriage has such an effect? Su Yu was surprised. The map now had a function that allowed him to pinpoint his location at any time. In fact, not only the Imperial City, but the entire map of the Sea of Constellations was depicted in detail within the bronze carriage. Wherever Su Yu wanted to go, he could find it with the help of the map. It was extremely convenient. In the entire Sea of Constellations, only the Starry Cabinet has this kind of wealth, right? Su Yu exclaimed inwardly. The amount of manpower and resources needed to depict the entire Sea of Constellations must be astronomical. At that moment, on the green light map, a bright red dot flickered. A line of words appeared near the red dot. Unknown strong person has been tailing you for 10 streets. Being tailed is confirmed. Please activate the defensive and offensive formations. Su Yu was stunned. There was an early warning function. The power of the bronze carriage was beyond Su Yu's expectations. However, Su Yu did not let his guard down when being tailed. Staring at the red dot, Su Yu steered the bronze carriage toward the southern part of the city. That was the exit of the Imperial City. In the end, no matter where the bronze carriage went, the red dot followed. Su Yu was amused. Someone dares to follow the cabinet master of the Starry Cabinet. I wonder who he is. Stop, Su Yu ordered. The bronze carriage immediately stopped by the side. The red dot waited for a moment. Seeing that the bronze carriage showed no signs of moving, it walked over. Su Yu smiled coldly and prepared to activate the defensive and offensive formations. Cabinet Master Hu, please don't be angry. I am Empress Ziwei, the descendant of the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior. I have an important matter to discuss with you. It was the voice of Empress Ziwei. At that moment, the green light flashed in front of Su Yu again, and the scene of the outside world appeared. A beautiful woman with a frosty aura stood in front of the bronze chariot and bowed slightly. Su Yu was speechless. How could it be her? Moreover, she had mistaken the person in the bronze carriage for Cabinet Master Hu. Ahem, Miss Ziwei, why are you stopping me? Su Yu imitated Hu Xiaojia's voice and asked. He really didn't want to tangle with this woman. It was better to think of a way to send her away as soon as possible. Empress Ziwei said coldly, I want to know where your former subordinate, Shuiyu, is now. She didn't know where she heard that Su Yu was a former member of the Starry Cabinet. Shuiyu. Su Yu felt guilty. This woman still wouldn't let it go? Clearing his throat, Su Yu said, Since you know Shuiyu is from the past, why are you still asking me? How would I know where he is now? Empress Ziwei's expression didn't change. She said calmly, Is that so? If he is from the past, why did he return to the dazzling Crystal Palace twice and go to the peak of the Starry Cabinet? After all, this was the territory of the Shui Nation of the Northern Territory. As the descendant of the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior, it was easy for Empress Ziwei to know everything that happened in the dazzling Crystal Palace. Miss Ziwei, why are you looking for me? Just say it, Su Yu said calmly. Since she knew Su Yu had gone to the peak of the Starry Cabinet, she could go there directly if she really wanted to find him. She obviously had other motives for stopping Cabinet Master Hu. Empress Ziwei raised her snow-white eyes and said calmly, I want to know where Su Yu or Shui Yu came from. I've investigated him. He used to be the second young master of a small, mediocre family on the Twin Star Island, but he changed into a different person overnight. The most suspicious thing is that he requested to enter the Yin-Yang hot spring to change his appearance and become Su Yu. He must have been reincarnated, right? I'd like to ask Cabinet Master Hu about his background. Su Yu's eyes narrowed, a cold gleam flashing in them. She was investigating him. This woman really wanted to go against him. Su Yu said indifferently, Miss Ziwei, what if I don't want to tell you? Then I'll ask your sword pavilion, sub-pavilion master. I don't believe I can't get his background out of him. Empress Ziwei thought about it, but she couldn't swallow her resentment. It was bad enough that he had been tricked and eliminated, but he had treated her in such a way that her fiancé had misunderstood her. She wanted to find Su Yu's weakness and punish him harshly. Only then could she vent her hatred. Su Yu's eyes narrowed even deeper. Fortunately, he had met her in person. If this crazy woman had really gone after Hu Shaodai, it would have been troublesome. Since she wanted to make things difficult for herself, he would grant her wish. All right, I can tell you his background, but this is a serious matter. Miss Ziwei, why don't you come into the carriage for a chat? Empress Ziwei looked at the bronze carriage warily, but then she thought about it. With his status and with so many people around, what would he dare do to her? So after a moment's hesitation, she nodded and entered the bronze carriage. At the same time, in the crowd, the heartless Saber Emperor and the Wuji sword saint appeared from a dark corner. The heartless Saber Emperor frowned slightly. Big brother, you said that Su would definitely come looking for sister-in-law, and we could wait for Su Yu if we guarded sister-in-law. But how could it be Cabinet Master Hu from the Starry Pavilion? The Wuji sword saint's tensed face relaxed slightly. Maybe I really misunderstood Ziwei. She is a proud woman, and she would not lie. If she said she did not have an affair with Su Yu, it could very well be true. After calming down for a while, the Wuji sword saint slowly came to his senses. Coupled with the fact that he had followed Empress Ziwei all the way and discovered that she did not have a rendezvous with Su Yu as he had imagined, the knot in his heart was mostly resolved. The heartless Saber Emperor's lips twitched. He wanted to sow discord, but facts spoke louder than words. His future sister-in-law might really have been wronged. The Wuji sword saint was in a good mood. Let's wait. After Ziwei comes out, I want to have a good talk with her. As long as she is still pure, I can apologize to her. Inside the bronze carriage, Empress Ziwei leaped into the carriage along the activated seal. She bowed without even lifting her head. I have offended you, Cabinet Master Hu. Please forgive me. Hee, I don't see any intention of apologizing, Su Yu said mockingly. Chapter 17:16. How come it's you? Empress Ziwei exclaimed in shock. She never expected that the owner of Cabinet Hu's exclusive bronze carriage would be Su Yu. Surprised, aren't you? I'm also surprised that the cold and aloof Empress Ziwei would miss me so much, Su Yu said with a faint smile. Empress Ziwei looked guilty. Su Yu had heard everything she said to Cabinet Hu just now. The scene before her was as awkward as it could be. Even someone as cold and arrogant as she was could not help but feel uneasy. However, years of cold and arrogant habits made her look cold and arrogant. She snorted without hesitation. Su, you're despicable. How dare you pretend to be Cabinet Hu to test me? Su Yu could not help but laugh. Nonsense. Am I stopping you or are you stopping me? Am I the one probing your background, or are you the one probing mine? Who do you think is despicable? Empress Ziwei blushed. She had never investigated anyone in secret, nor had she done so before. The only time she was caught red-handed was when she was extremely embarrassed. However, she was not one to admit defeat easily. Surname Su, that's enough. I've tolerated you for a long time. Empress Ziwei tried to hide her emotions and shouted. Su Yu snorted coldly. Unfortunately, I've tolerated you for a long time too. I let you go again and again, but you're so aggressive. Such an answer undoubtedly infuriated Empress Ziwei even more. Humph. It's better if it's you. I don't have to ask your cabinet master. I'll ask you directly. Empress Ziwei attacked. Extreme Ice Feast. Su Yu laughed angrily. He pressed his palm on the defensive runes. Suddenly, the bronze carriage shone brightly and condensed into a horsetail whisk. Tens of thousands of threads unfurled from the horsetail whisk like a giant umbrella. The ice from the extreme ice feast invaded the umbrella, but quickly dissipated like snow in the sun. The rest of the cold air struck the walls of the bronze carriage and was immediately repelled. It was extremely sturdy. Empress Ziwei's expression changed slightly. She had long heard that the bronze carriage was extremely powerful. Even the Snow Dragon King had praised it when he mentioned it. She could not do anything to the bronze carriage's defense. Empress Ziwei said in annoyance, Su, count yourself lucky, let's wait and see. She retreated. However, how could Su Yu do as he wished? You'd better not leave. Su Yu said coldly. He pressed on the attack rune and activated the bronze chariot's attack mode. Creak! The bronze door closed. Empress Ziwei's path of retreat was cut off. She said angrily, What do you want to do? Su Yu said coldly, What do you think? As long as you harm me, I'm not allowed to attack you? Streaks of green light shot out from the bronze carriage and weaved into a net, enveloping her from all directions. Empress Ziwei gritted her teeth. Instead of retreating, she advanced toward Su Yu, intending to capture him first. Unfortunately, the defensive horsetail whisk was extremely powerful and easily repelled her with a spin. At the same time, the azure light closed in, forming a cage that trapped Empress Ziwei at the center. Empress Ziwei immediately unleashed a powerful divine technique in an attempt to blast it open, but it was to no avail. Even if she forcefully unleashed the icy calamity of the meteorite, which she had yet to fully master, it would be futile. After a while, Empress Ziwei panted and glared at Su Yu angrily. I don't believe you dare to do anything to me. This was the territory of the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior. If she died or was kidnapped, the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior would know immediately. Su Yu smiled. You don't seem to understand your situation. With a snap of his fingers, the azure light rapidly closed in, compressing the space. No matter how much Empress Ziwei resisted, she was still wrapped up like a dumpling. Her hands and feet were tied, and it was difficult for her to even stand. What was even more amazing was that the azure light had a powerful suppressive effect, compressing all of Empress Ziwei's frosty energy and divine power into her body, preventing her from releasing it. Su, unless you kill me, I will not rest. Empress Ziwei was unafraid. Su Yu smiled and stepped forward, poking her shoulder with his finger. Suddenly, she fell to the ground, swaying. Face down. Ah, Su, I won't forgive you. Empress Ziwei yelled in a muffled voice as she looked down. Su Yu chuckled, then flipped her over and made her lie on her back on the ground. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at her peerless beauty and her stunning figure. Empress Ziwei blushed. For some reason, wherever Su Yu's gaze landed on, that part of her body would tremble. She had a feeling that she was being seen through. She had always been as pure as ice and as clean as jade. She had never been touched, much less seen naked. Su Yu's gaze made her feel fearful for no reason. Her voice trembled. What are you doing to me? Haha, what am I trying to do? Didn't my gaze explain it very clearly? Su Yu smiled wickedly. He pressed his fingers together, and the azure light shrank again. Creak! Empress Ziwei's precious clothes were torn to shreds by the azure light. Her flawless jade body was presented in front of him with a single glance. Ah, You. Empress Ziwei was both embarrassed and angry. She wanted to cover her sensitive parts, but her body was restrained, and she could not stop him at all. What made her even more embarrassed and angry was that the more she struggled, the more her stunning figure was exposed. But she did not struggle, which gave the impression that she had resigned herself to fate and allowed him to look at her body greedily. However, she had obviously underestimated Suyu. Su, you did not just look down, he also took out a piece of jade and recorded the image of her in detail. Su, it's fine if you look, but what are you trying to do by recording it? Empress Ziwei was furious when she saw Suyu's actions, so she did not realize the problem with her words. Suyu laughed. Oh, you mean I'll allow it just because I look? Empress Ziwei was speechless. She gritted her teeth and stopped struggling. She turned her head to the side, closed her eyes and snorted. Do I have the right to not allow it? To be honest, even Suyu could not help but be tempted by her appearance. Evil thoughts grew wildly in his mind like weeds. There was a strong voice telling him to take her, and once he did, she would be his from then on. Suyu's mouth was dry. Fortunately, he had extraordinary willpower and forcibly cut off the evil thoughts, and his eyes regained clarity. Putting away the jade charm, Suyu tapped on the green light. At the same time, he threw a piece of his clothes over her. With his back facing her, he said, I hope that the entanglement between us will end here and stop investigating me. Otherwise, I don't mind spreading this jade charm to the whole world. You're despicable. Empress Ziwei clutched Suyu's clothes and put them on messily, revealing her snow-white chest and a pair of slender, round legs. Suyu said indifferently, Say what you want, but don't doubt my words. Let's go. Creak. The bronze door opened. Empress Ziwei clenched her fists, wishing she could perish together with Suyu, especially when she thought of how Suyu had seen her naked and recorded such a video. She felt as if thousands of ants were crawling on her body. She could not help but tremble and feel numb. However, looking at the defense in front of Suyu and the powerful attack, Empress Ziwei reluctantly retreated from the bronze door. Only when she was about to leave did she say fiercely, Suyu, I'll remember you. With that, she turned and walked down the bronze carriage. The limitless sword saint, who had been waiting outside for a long time, saw a proud figure walking out. Based on their years of acquaintance, he immediately recognized it was Empress Ziwei. He immediately went up to her and said, Ziwei! Empress Ziwei turned her head and was slightly surprised. However, she thought about it and said coldly, You followed me. The limitless sword saint's pupils constricted as he stared unblinkingly at the clothes Empress Ziwei was wearing. It was a man's clothes. Moreover, Empress Ziwei's legs were trembling slightly, and her face was strangely flushed. Her clothes were messy. Any man's imagination would run wild. The heartless saber emperor stared at the clothes and said in shock, It's Suyu's clothes? He was wearing this at the ancient dream altar. What? It's him? The limitless sword saint shot a fierce look at Empress Ziwei's eyes. His face was ashen, and he could not help but tremble. Even the soles of his feet shivered. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, Ziwei, who is in the bronze carriage? He was still hoping that his guess was wrong. Empress Ziwei had never bothered to explain herself. She sneered coldly. It's Suyu. Humph. Didn't you follow me because you suspected that I had an ambiguous relationship with Suyu? Now, as you wished, I have met Suyu. So what? She was speaking out of anger. But in the limitless sword saint's ears, it was Empress Ziwei admitting that she had an affair with Suyu. At that moment, the limitless sword saint felt that the world had darkened. The sun, the moon, and the stars were all spinning, and everything before him was pitch black. His whole body froze in place, motionless. Stop following me, you're disgusting. Empress Ziwei snorted coldly and left. Only then did the limitless sword saint come to his senses. His eyes were so gloomy that it looked like they were about to drip water. He growled in a low voice, B asterisk TC. Stop right there. Huh. What did you call me? Empress Ziwei turned around coldly and stared at the limitless sword saint. B asterisk TCH? Haha. Is Ziwei so deplorable in your heart? No one had ever described her like that. Even the most detestable Su Yu had never called her a B asterisk TCH. The only person who had ever called her that was her fiancé. In comparison, it was laughable. The limitless sword saint drew his sword angrily. The sonorous sound of the sword was extremely cold. Shut up. You be asterisk TCH. You're still trying to cover up? First, I chose to forgive you after what happened in the Crystal Palace. Now, you've come all the way to find Su Yu and have an illicit affair in the bronze carriage. You still have the cheek to explain? Empress Ziwei's eyes were full of disappointment and mockery. Her fiancé, who had been with her for so many years, turned out to be a stranger who did not trust her at all. Based on her character, she would never have bothered to do illicit things, let alone cover up or lie. But the limitless sword saint stubbornly believed that she was defending herself. She had already suffered enough from Su Yu's vexation in the bronze carriage, and now Su Yu had a handle on her. Mentally and physically exhausted, she had intended to find a reliable person to discuss how to get rid of Su Yu. But what happened in the end? A trace of sadness lingered in her heart. Her eyes gradually became crazed as she laughed hysterically. Yes, I, Ziwei, am AB asterisk TCH. I fell in love with someone else and threw myself into Su Yu's arms. So what? I did come all the way to get into his bed. So what? Not only that, I gave my first time to him too. So what? I, Ziwei, am Su Yu's woman. I followed him with all my heart. That is the truth. She stared at the limitless sword saint coldly and said mockingly, Are you satisfied now? Humph. Don't ever see me again. When she finished speaking, she teleported away. What was left behind were 3 rhetorical questions that echoed throughout half of the imperial city. Everyone who heard it was shocked and dumbfounded. The imperial city, which was in an uproar, seemed to have been frozen in time. Chapter 1717. F asterisk CK, did I hear wrongly? That can't be Empress Ziwei's voice. I'm afraid so, but are her words true? Empress Ziwei has already been taken by Su Yu? No, she's already Su Yu's woman. And she said she would follow him with all her heart? This can't be. Cries of anguish filled the imperial city. The number 1 beauty of the Sea of Constellations had been taken just like that. Ugh, let's stay away from the Wuji, sword saint. He might be in a bad mood right now. Hiss. Thank you for reminding me. I'd better stay in the cavern and train for the time being. Me too. The successor of the Emperor Killer is already murderous. It's good enough that I haven't gone crazy after such a provocation. Let's go. As the victim, the Wuji sword saint stood rooted to the ground, unable to pull himself away for a long time. Even his younger brother, the heartless Saber Emperor, could not help but sympathize with him. Isn't this scene a little too miserable? If it were him, he might not have the courage to live on. Su, you. After a long time, the Wuji sword saint bellowed at the sky. His eyes were replaced by madness. I'll kill you. The Wuji sword saint was furious as he charged at the bronze carriage with his sword. Inside the carriage, Su Yu had a clear view of the situation outside. Hearing Empress Ziwei's declaration, Su Yu's mouth twitched. This be asterisk TCH. Why did she drag me into the water after splashing all over herself? This is great. Not only will the Emperor Killer not let me go, even the Snow Dragon Emperor will chase me to the end. Looking down at the crushed jade in his palm, Su Yu smiled bitterly. Looks like I've provoked her too much. He had no intention of threatening Empress Ziwei. He was only trying to scare her and make her retreat. Who would have thought that after 2 blows, Empress Ziwei would flip out? Moreover, this flipping out had brought about great trouble. Seeing the Wuji sword saint charge at him like a madman, Su Yu did not dare stay in the imperial city. Purple Dream Emperor, it looks like you can only look for me outside the city. Before the Wuji sword saint could reach him, the bronze carriage shot out with a whoosh, heading straight for the chains of the imperial city. You want to leave? The limitless sword saint roared. Father, please show yourself. He crushed a piece of white bone in his hand. Not long after the white bones shattered, an aura that caused the entire imperial city to tremble suddenly appeared. 3 feet behind the limitless sword saint, the Emperor Killer appeared strangely. He frowned slightly. What's so urgent that they have to send out the highest level signal? I am currently discussing important matters with the Chief Pavilion Master and a few other emperors. The limitless sword saint turned around, revealing a hideous face that was almost distorted, and said, Father, I beg you, help me kill Su Yu. Su Yu? The Emperor Sha was slightly surprised by his son's expression. Ever since they were young, he had taught his 2 sons to be strong and steady. Limitless Sword God was like what he had taught him, steady and restrained. It was the first time he had lost control like this. What's wrong with Su Yu? The Emperor of Sha asked. The emotionless Saber Monarch narrated everything that had happened just now. After hearing this, the slaying Emperor's expression remained indifferent, but there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Follow me. The Emperor of Sha was expressionless. The emotionless Saber Monarch's eyes were filled with joy. Finally, his father had shown his murderous intent. For many years, his father had rarely shown his murderous intent. He had only shown it when he was killing the few enemies on his neck. From then on, every time he showed his murderous intent, he would not rest until he was dead. There had never been an exception. Su Yu, you are dead. The emotionless Saber Monarch sneered. Swish! The divine warrior of heaven and earth could turn the world upside down with a single thought. Before Su Yu reached the exit, a stalwart figure with a skull around his neck descended in front of the bronze chariot. The bronze chariot sensed danger and automatically activated its defenses. A horsetail whisk flew out of the bronze chariot and stood in front of the chariot. The Emperor Killer placed his hands behind his back and took a step forward. This step seemed to be filled with endless mysteries. Chains of law lingered under his feet. The horsetail whisk collapsed in an instant, and the bronze chariot was forced to a stop by a mysterious force. You are Su Yu? The Emperor Killer asked indifferently. The bronze chariot was clearly sealed, but the Emperor Killer's eyes seemed to ignore the bronze chariot, piercing through it and looking straight at Su Yu. Su Yu's heart thumped wildly, and the threads of fate fluctuated violently. The Emperor Killer did not reveal his identity because there was no need to. That aura and that appearance. Apart from the Emperor Killer of the South Sea, there was no other person in the sea of constellations. Under the shroud of his aura, the entire bronze chariot shook violently as if it would collapse at any moment. Su Yu sighed helplessly. He couldn't avoid it after all. The bronze chariot couldn't protect him either. Opening the bronze chariot, Su Yu stepped down and looked straight into the Emperor Killer's eyes. Yes. The Emperor Killer was slightly surprised that this person dared to look him straight in the eye without fear. You are indeed the 5-Spirit King of the ancient Dream Altar. You are indeed extraordinary, the Emperor Killer said expressionlessly. Dying by my hands won't dirty my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor Killer attacked like a shadow, his index finger lightly touching the space between Su Yu's eyebrows. A majestic, primordial force came crashing down. At that moment, Su Yu felt as if his life was on the verge of collapse. He was only one step away from death. At that moment, a small green sprout appeared between Su Yu's eyebrows. The green sprout grew rapidly, and with Su Yu's eyebrows as its root, it grew into a 1,000-foot-long purple divine bamboo. Crack! The divine bamboo split open, and a graceful lady clad in purple clouds walked out from within. Her expression was calm, without joy or sorrow, like a fairy who was above the mortal world. With a flick of her finger, the Emperor Killer was sent flying back. At the same time, the limitless Sword Saint and the merciless Saber Emperor rushed over. Looking at the scene before him, the merciless Saber Emperor stared at the Purple Dream Emperor and said, "Father, this is the woman. She is Su Yu's backer. If you want to punish Su Yu, you'd better punish her first." The limitless Sword Saint's face was twisted with murderous intent as he shouted angrily, "Be asterisk teach! The Emperor has arrived. If you don't want to die, scram immediately." The Purple Dream Emperor frowned slightly. She looked at the two of them, then at the Emperor Killer. She said calmly, "This is the second time you have humiliated me. Last time, I let bygones be bygones because of you. This time, do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it yourself?" The limitless Sword Saint shouted coldly, "Scram! I am in a bad mood, and I have no time for you. Let me do it." The Emperor Killer sighed in disappointment. He turned around and looked at the limitless Sword Saint and the merciless Saber Emperor. He said, "Both of you, come over here and stand in front of me." The two of them did not understand, and they walked over in confusion. As soon as they approached, the Emperor Killer slapped them in the face, causing them to roll on the ground and spit out mouthfuls of blood. The two brothers only stopped after smashing several small mountains. The limitless Sword Saint covered his face and asked angrily, "Father, why did you hit me?" His younger brother, the merciless Saber Emperor, was equally confused. The Emperor Killer looked at them indifferently. "I was not hitting you, but saving your lives. I hope you will remember this slap and do not make the same mistake again. Otherwise, I may not be able to save you in time next time." The two of them were even more confused. The limitless Sword Saint could not help but stare at the Purple Dream Emperor. He asked doubtfully, "Father, is her identity not ordinary?" The Emperor Killer nodded calmly. "She is indeed not ordinary. In terms of seniority, perhaps I should call her senior." The limitless Sword Saint and the merciless Saber Emperor were both stunned. As the divine Emperor of heaven and earth, their father actually had to call that woman senior. With such a high seniority and a woman from the Sea of Constellations, there was only one possibility. Could she be the Purple Dream Emperor? The merciless Saber Emperor's throat was dry. He could not believe his eyes. Among the three divine emperors, she was the most low-profile divine emperor. She almost never showed her face and did not interact with any forces in the Sea of Constellations. As for the profound Crystal Palace in the Northern Territory Xue Nation, there was no mountain peak for guests from the Eastern Sea. This time, for a grand event like the Ancient Dream Altar, not a single person from the Eastern Sea came to participate. This showed how low profile this woman was. Hence, very few people knew her true appearance. However, no one would look down on her just because she was low profile. A divine emperor of heaven and earth born from the enlightenment of a Tao Lord was far stronger than an ordinary divine emperor of heaven and earth. Furthermore, she had a vague relationship with the Tao Lord. The limitless Sword God's pupil shrank. He had heard from his father that the Purple Dream Emperor was the first divine emperor of heaven and earth in the Sea of Constellations. Her strength was unfathomable. During the calamity of the corpse race, several divine emperors participated in the battle and were all injured. Only the Purple Dream Emperor was safe and sound. According to his father's conjecture, during the corpse race's robbery, the strength that the Purple Dream Emperor displayed was only a portion of her strength. Recalling how he had humiliated such an existence twice, the limitless Sword Saint awoke from his rage and felt a chill run down his spine. It was no wonder that his father had said that slapping them was saving them. If the Purple Dream Emperor had really done it herself, would it have been a mere slap? Thinking of this, the limitless Sword Saint lowered his head. He did not dare to look the Purple Dream Emperor in the eye. Seeing this, the Killer Emperor was slightly disappointed. In terms of age, he was older than Su Yu. However, in terms of temperament, So you dared to look him in the eye. Sigh, I didn't expect that his backer would be you, the Killer Emperor said calmly. The Purple Dream Emperor said leisurely, You can say that. He is now one of my people. What is your reason for killing him? The Killer Emperor said, I am merely seeking justice for a good-for-nothing child. The Purple Dream Emperor looked weak, but her attitude was extremely firm. She did not allow anyone to object. Whether or not my people owe others justice is not up to your daughter. Neither is it up to you, the Purple Dream Emperor said. It is up to me. Su Yu was secretly amused. He had not expected that the Purple Dream Emperor would be so overbearing. Now, the Killer Emperor should have retreated in the face of difficulties, right? The ripples of the line of destiny were very slight. This matter should end here. No. The Killer Emperor grabbed the skull on his neck with his 5 fingers. When I, the Killer Emperor, want to kill someone, neither heaven nor earth can stop me. This is my path of slaughter, and you cannot stop me. He must die. The Killer Emperor pointed at Su Yu, his path of slaughter locking onto him from afar. A feeling of being targeted by death immediately filled Su Yu's heart. Chapter 1718. Her tone did not sound angry at all. It was so calm that it was as if she was talking about something very ordinary. It was as if what she said was not out of anger, but that she really wanted to experience the Emperor Killer's massacre Dao. Even the collision of the 2 emperors' gazes was enough to cause chaos in the nomological chains. A solemn atmosphere swept across the entire North Sea with the 2 of them at the center. From the small Tao to the emperors of heaven and earth, all living beings sensed the abnormal changes in the world. It was an abnormal sound that would only appear during a great disaster. Every time it appeared, it would cause unimaginable destruction. The feeling of palpitations filled the hearts of all living beings. Their gazes all gathered on the northern snow nation's imperial city as if they had sensed something. That's exactly what I wanted. I also want to see the bottom line of the Purple Dream Emperor's strength. The Emperor Killer burst out with battle intent. The battle between the 2 emperors was about to begin. Right at this moment, for majestic auras rushed toward him. They carried the great power of the great desolation world, intimidating everyone. For imposing figures appeared between the 2 monarchs, cutting off their auras that were on the verge of erupting. Among the 4 figures, the Snow Dragon Emperor emitted a cold aura and said indifferently, Are the 2 of you planning to destroy my imperial city? The battle between the emperors of heaven and earth would definitely destroy one side. The Emperor Killer was expressionless as he stared at the Purple Dream Emperor. Let's continue in another place. The Purple Dream Emperor's face was full of nonchalance, as if he was going to accompany them. The 2 of you, why don't we stop here? Don't damage your vitality before the corpse race's calamity arrives. A pavilion master from the Star Pavilion, who was also the female pavilion master who had led the people from the Star Pavilion to the ancient Dream Altar, shouted. When the words corpse race's calamity entered the ears of the Emperor Killer, his expressionless face finally fluctuated. After pondering for a long time, he said, All right, as long as the Purple Dream Emperor doesn't obstruct my massacre Dao. The female pavilion master looked at the Purple Dream Emperor and bowed. Purple Dream Emperor, can you not make things difficult for him for the sake of the Star Pavilion? The Purple Dream Emperor Killer stroked her hair gracefully, like a bamboo leaf fluttering in the wind. However, her reply was full of formless dominance. No, the female pavilion venerable's expression froze slightly. She looked awkwardly at the Emperor Killer. The Slaughter Sovereign said indifferently, Sovereign Purple Dream, why do you insist on obstructing my path of killing intent? Do you know what Su Yu did? The Purple Dream Monarch said indifferently, I don't know and I don't want to know. Such a simple and direct answer really gave the sovereign realm experts of heaven and earth a headache. It was said that the Purple Dream Monarch had an eccentric personality, and from the looks of it now, it was indeed true. He was too difficult to deal with. If that's the case, Then don't stop me. The Slaughter Emperor said indifferently, "There's no way anyone who I'm determined to kill will survive." After a pause, he looked at the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior. "This matter is related to your beloved disciple, Empress Ziwei. She broke her engagement and slept with Suyu. Can you just stand by and watch?" "What?" The sovereigns of heaven and earth were discussing important matters with the chief pavilion lord of the Star Pavilion and were completely unaware of Empress Ziwei's announcement of love. Hearing that his disciple had done such a despicable thing, the Snow Dragon Emperor couldn't help but be enraged. "Is this true?" The Slaughter Emperor said. "Your beloved disciple admitted it herself." The Snow Dragon Divine Warrior glared at Suyu and said coldly, "Since you are the representative of the Ancient Corpse faction, then there are some things that you should explain." The expressions of the sovereigns of heaven and earth changed simultaneously. Suyu being the representative of the Ancient Corpse faction was no secret. The matter they were discussing just now happened to be related to the Ancient Corpse faction. It was only natural that Suyu would be questioned by them. The 3 pavilion lords of the Star Pavilion, including the Lady Pavilion Lord, remained silent and did not stop him. "Suyu indeed needed to be thoroughly investigated. If the sovereigns of heaven and earth of the Star Pavilion were to stand by and watch, then the situation of the 3 sovereigns of the Sea of Constellations would become 2 sovereigns against 1. The Slaughter Emperor joined forces with the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior and felt much more confident. He said, "Purple Dream Monarch, are you still going to stop me?" The supposed duel between the sovereigns had not ended. Instead, it had worsened. The destruction caused by the battle between the 3 sovereigns was incalculable. The Purple Dream Monarch's expression was as calm as ever. Of course, with a touch of her fingertip, a purple seedling slowly grew from her fingertip. Waves of powerful primordial energy continued to be released as the seedling grew. Although the Slaughter Emperor and the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior were wary of this woman, it was 2 against 1, after all, so they were much more confident. They released their primordial energy at the same time to fight against the Purple Dream Monarch together. The primordial energy from both sides collided in an instant. Within the area of contact, the faintly discernible fragments of the chain of rules flew wildly, sweeping in all directions. "Get out of the way." The faces of the experts nearby changed drastically. They retreated one after another, afraid that they would be injured by the fragments of the chain of rules. However, the 3 sovereigns' attacks were too sudden, and the splashing fragments were too powerful. There was no way they could avoid them. Most of the people, including Suyu, were engulfed by the fragments. Just as the situation was about to be disastrous, a towering giant palm swept across the sky above the imperial city all of a sudden. The giant palm clawed downwards and grabbed all the splashing fragments of the chain of rules, leaving not a single one behind. At the same time, the violent primordial energy released by the 3 divine warriors of heaven and earth was also grabbed away. "Let's stop here." A magnificent voice, as ethereal as the great way of heaven and earth, resounded above the imperial city. The Slaughter Emperor and the Snow Dragon Emperor showed fear in their eyes, even concealing their fear. Suyu shuddered. When the towering giant palm appeared, it gave Suyu an extremely terrifying feeling. His whole body, soul, and body were instinctively panicking. Based on Suyu's experience, unless it was an existence so powerful that it made him suffocate, such a situation would never occur. The pavilion masters of the 3 great star pavilions bowed respectfully at the same time. "Welcome, Chief Pavilion Master." It was him, the legendary strongest man in the Sea of Constellations, the Star Pavilion's Chief Pavilion Master, the double-crowned Divine Warrior. During the great calamity of the ancient corpses, his name had shaken the world. With a single supreme divine technique, he had purified all the living creatures infected by the ancient corpses, pulling the Sea of Constellations back from the brink of destruction. Swish, Black and white rays of light gathered in the sky, forming the shape of a Tai Chi under the contrast. A figure shrouded in yin and yang energies emerged. He was the Star Pavilion's chief pavilion master. No one knew his name, and no one had ever seen his face. Even the three great pavilion masters of the Star Pavilion had never had the chance to see the chief pavilion master's face. He had always been shrouded in the light of Tai Chi. Was that the Star Pavilion's chief pavilion master? Suyu felt a deep sense of pressure. With a great enemy in front of us, it is unwise to fight over personal matters, the chief pavilion master said faintly. The Slaughter Emperor said, but I have made a killing oath, and it is embedded in my path of massacre. If I do not fulfill the oath, it will damage my path. He had achieved the Emperor's body today because he had fulfilled his oaths time and time again, and embarked on the path of massacre. The chief pavilion master pressed his 5 fingers together and then grabbed at the void. A pitch-black chain was pulled out of the Slaughter Emperor's head through the air. Embedded in the chain was a gray, obscure object. Crack! With the strength of the chief pavilion master's 5 fingers, the obscure object was crushed on the spot. Then he pressed his 5 fingers together again, and the pitch-black chain was pressed into the Slaughter Emperor's head. With a wave of his hand, he controlled the chain of rules. Such a miraculous move shocked all the emperors present. Is this the strength of a double-crowned emperor? The Slaughter Emperor murmured absent-mindedly, and the awe in his eyes deepened. Just based on that one casual move, it was easy for the chief pavilion master to destroy his Slaughter Dao. The killing oath has been dispelled. Any other questions? The chief pavilion master asked. The Slaughter Emperor sighed and said no. The chief pavilion master had personally resolved the conflict between them. How could he say no? What about you? The chief pavilion master looked at the Snow Dragon Emperor. The Snow Dragon Emperor cupped his fists and said, reporting to the chief pavilion master, Suyu sullied my apprentice's innocence, ruined her reputation, and broke off her engagement. Chief pavilion master, please make a decision. The chief pavilion master pondered for a moment and said they were both willing parties, so there was no sullying. Since it has happened, and there is no turning back, Snow Dragon Emperor, why don't you let me make the decision and let the 2 of them get married? The Snow Dragon Emperor was speechless. How could this be? He wanted to punish Suyu harshly. So how could he agree to let Suyu off the hook? Or is it that the man and woman had an affair, and I will punish both of them 50 times? The chief pavilion master said. In other words, he was going to punish Empress Ziwei as well. The Snow Dragon Emperor was secretly annoyed. The chief pavilion master was obviously siding with Suyu, but he dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction and said, then this matter, let it be. But the Snow Dragon Emperor said, regarding the affair with the Ancient Corpse faction, we cannot let it go so easily. The several divine warriors of heaven and earth all wore cautious expressions. As long as it was related to the Ancient Corpse faction, even the smallest of details could not be ignored. The chief pavilion master said indifferently, I guarantee that he is not a spy of the Ancient Corpse faction. Huh. The crowd was shocked. The chief pavilion master of the Starry Pavilion was personally vouching for Suyu and proving his innocence? Even Suyu himself could not help but be stunned. Looking at the chief pavilion master, Suyu was puzzled. I can also testify to that. A voice came from the direction of the dazzling Crystal Palace. It was Emo Tsonghai, who had rushed over with a jade pendant in his hand. The Snow Dragon Emperor frowned slightly. What business does a mere pavilion master like you have here? Mu Tsonghai did not say a word. He crushed the jade pendant, and an image floated into the air. At the bottom of the cold lake, snow-white ice and countless frozen coffins. The divine warriors present did not react to the scene in front of them. However, when the ice coffins came into view, everyone's expressions changed. Transformation of the Corpse Clan. The Emperor Shah's expression changed abruptly. his eyes filled with fear as he recalled. How could he dare forget that the most terrifying thing about the Corpse Clan was transformation? They could transform any living creature of any race into the Corpse Clan and turn those experts into their people. It was this nature-defying ability that caused the catastrophe of the ancient Corpse Clan back then. After the battle that year, the three great Corpse Kings swore that they would never do anything to harm the Sea of Constellations again. The first was to prohibit the transformation of the ancient Corpse Clan. But the shocking frozen coffins all told them a shocking secret that sent chills down their spines. The ancient Corpse Clan had breached the contract. They had been preparing to make a comeback since many years ago. The purple dream divine warrior blinked, her expression solemn. It seems that the chief pavilion master was right. The Corpse Clan cannot be trusted. The catastrophe is coming again, and it is absolutely correct for us to strike first. A few days ago, the chief pavilion master of the Star Pavilion had sent a message to the three great heavens and earth divine warriors of the Sea of Constellations, summoning the three great pavilion masters of the Star Pavilion. There was only one matter to be discussed. The catastrophe of the Corpse Clan was likely to make a comeback. In the end, it was as he had predicted. The Snow Dragon divine warrior looked at Mu Tsanghai in a hurry. "Where did you come from?" Mu Tsanghai said indifferently, "You suspect that I am a spy from the ancient Corpse faction." It was Suyu. Everyone's eyes focused on Suyu, their doubtful gazes dissolving like melting snow. If Suyu was a spy, no one would have the right to call themselves enemies of the Corpse Clan. The Snow Dragon divine warrior snorted. "You? How did you get here?" His tone was as if he was examining a criminal. Suyu turned a deaf ear, not saying a word. It was still the purple dream divine warrior who asked softly, "Suyu, how did you find out?" Only then did Suyu tell her about his encounter with the ancient dream altar in an orderly manner. The ancient Corpse faction secretly opened up a passage to the ancient dream altar. Everyone was puzzled. What was the purpose of their painstaking effort? Several of the divine warriors had ugly expressions on their faces. At that time, the few divine warriors present had clearly felt the aura of the Corpse King erupting from within the ancient dream altar when it shattered. It seems that the Corpse King was originally sealed by the faceless back Buddha in the second level of the attic, suppressing it forever. However, someone altered the ancient dream altar and created a rumor that ascending to the second level would allow one to obtain the Path Master Buddha's Saraira. In fact, once the 5 Spirit Kings are born, it means that the seal is undone, and the Corpse King will break out of the seal. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the divine warriors of heaven and earth sank. For many years, it had been rumored that the second level of the ancient dream altar contained the Path Master Buddha's Saraira, which had lured countless people to open up the second level of the attic. Now it seemed that it was all a conspiracy of the enemy. Moreover, they had been fooled. After 30,000 years, the second level of the attic had really been opened, and the Corpse King had been released. The Emperor of Sha's expression was solemn. Would the Corpse King that was personally sealed by the Path Master be an ordinary Corpse King? Everyone fell silent. It was as if there was a huge rock pressing on their chests. It was so heavy that they could not breathe. The chief pavilion master was the backbone of everyone. He made a prompt decision and said, "Let's not delay any further. Follow me to the ancient Corpse faction." Under his leadership, everyone rushed to the mysterious ice space. However, it was already empty inside. There were only a few ice coffins that had not been moved in time. Most of the ice coffins had been taken away. Everyone's expression darkened. The chief pavilion master stood in front of an altar with his hands behind his back. There were 3 bronze coffins there. They were the coffins of the Corpse King. However, it was empty inside. The chief pavilion master's gaze was fixed on the slightly larger bronze coffin in the center. Although his expression could not be seen clearly, everyone could feel his seriousness. Mu Songhai and the few divine warriors also looked at the bronze coffin. There was an additional layer of lingering darkness on their faces. The bronze coffin belonged to a special ancient corpse, an emperor corpse. Back then, the 3 corpse kings were besieged. One of them broke through to become an emperor corpse and immediately went on a rampage. It was only when the chief pavilion master arrived that they were seriously injured and tied. After that, the emperor corpse swore to seal itself under the mysterious ice crystal lake and never come out. But now the bronze coffin was empty. He was nowhere to be found. What was even more disturbing was that no one knew when he came out of the coffin and where he was now. Thinking about a bloodthirsty corpse clan member whose strength was comparable to the chief pavilion master hiding in the darkness, the divine warriors of heaven and earth present all felt extremely uneasy and fearful. The chief pavilion master took a deep breath and said in a low and powerful voice, "There is no need for further discussion. We must suppress Ancient Star and strike first to destroy the corpse clan." With this announcement, the divine warriors' chests became heavy. It was finally coming. Chapter 1719. Suyu was shocked. In the Ancient Star, there were 7 bronze coffins, representing 7 strong corpse kings. Fortunately, so far, they were still asleep and showed no signs of waking up. Now that the chief pavilion master of the Star Pavilion had recovered and his strength had returned to its peak, it was the best time to destroy the ancient star corpses. The only problem was the whereabouts of the 3 great corpse kings, especially the emperor corpse. Where was the white-haired corpse? The chief pavilion master also understood the problem and said, "The top priority is to find out the whereabouts of the 3 great corpse kings and the white-haired corpse. The 3 emperors control the overall situation of the Sea of Constellations. I hope that you can mobilize the forces under your jurisdiction to investigate." The Purple Dream Emperor, the Sha Emperor, and the Snow Dragon Emperor were aware of the seriousness of the situation and had no objection. Only the Snow Dragon Emperor said, "When I was born, the catastrophe of the ancient corpses had passed, and I had never fought with the 3 corpse kings. Their appearance, names, and other details are all unknown." The chief pavilion master looked at Suyu and said, "One of the 3 corpse kings is a female corpse king, named Pearl Corpse King. She is beautiful and is best at illusion." He pointed his finger and a picture emerged. It was a vast battlefield. Countless blood-eyed corpse race clansmen were engaged in a slaughter with countless living beings. A peerlessly beautiful figure appeared on the screen. She had a face that could turn all living things upside down, and a graceful and peerless figure. Her every move attracted the attention of countless people. Wearing a bright red dress, she stood on the cruel battlefield like a flower dyed with blood. She smiled slightly, and her smile was full of indescribable charm. The coalition army, composed of countless creatures, was attracted by this smile, fell into a daze, and was controlled by the smile. Then, as she pointed her finger, those attracted creatures suddenly killed their compatriots, and suddenly there were casualties. This was the illusion of the Pearl Corpse King. A smile and a frown could control people. In the picture, there was not only the Star River Overlord, but also a divine warrior of heaven and earth. The Sha Emperor looked away, unable to look directly at the picture, because the divine warrior of heaven and earth who was bewitched in the picture was him. Feeling the eyes of everyone, the Sha Emperor snorted, "I have always remembered this debt, and I have already made a killing oath. If I don't kill her, the way of killing will never improve." The chief pavilion master continued, "The second corpse, the undying boy, has the ability to disguise himself and the undying body." With a tap of his finger, another image of the battlefield appeared. The higher-ups of the Allied army were discussing the next step. One of the famous generals assassinated the commander-in-chief without warning and massacred the higher-ups. When the Imperial Guards arrived, more than half of the upper echelons were dead. That great general revealed his true appearance. He was a creature with an abnormally large head and short limbs. His entire body was dark and there was an evil and cruel smile hanging from the corners of his mouth. Besieged by so many experts, none of the divine techniques that struck the undying boy caused any damage. Instead, he unscrupulously killed all the higher-ups and left with a blood-drenched laugh. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb. Even the Purple Dream sovereign frowned slightly and said, "Of the three great corpse kings, the most troublesome one is probably the undying boy." Even if it was an emperor corpse, no matter how strong he was, the chief pavilion master could counter it. Only the undying boy could change his appearance to an identity that was difficult for anyone to detect. Even if he was detected, he had an undying body, and no divine technique could harm him. Any sovereign would find it difficult to deal with him. The last one is the emperor corpse. The chief pavilion master's tone was much heavier. He was the only one who had fought with the emperor corpse and knew how powerful it was. In the battle back then, he was injured by the emperor corpse and only recovered after 30,000 years. He waved his sleeve, and it was still the scene of the battlefield. What was different was that it was the scene of the chief pavilion master fighting with the emperor corpse. Above their heads, there were two crowns carved from the sun, moon, and stars. Every time they used a divine technique, countless illusions of the sun, moon, and stars would appear, turning the battlefield into a beautiful starry sky. The explosive power of the divine technique was even more destructive. The continent shattered into countless pieces, turning into scattered islands. In the constellation sea, countless ferocious beasts died in the battle. Their corpses sank into the sea, turning into the many islands of today. The South Sea, North Sea, and East Sea were all affected by the divine techniques of the two and were in a state of devastation. Because of the battle between the two, the originally brilliant constellation sea's divine energy in the atmosphere had dried up, and the mountains, rivers, and spirit veins had been destroyed. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Although they had been mentally prepared, the battle between the chief pavilion master and the emperor corpse still made them feel awe from the bottom of their hearts. Sue, you looked at the emperor corpse. It was a middle-aged human with broken swords all over his body. Every broken sword was an excellent emperor-based saint artifact when in good condition. He had a head full of red hair, a pair of eyes as black as ink, and his whole body emitted an aura that looked down on the world. Ordinary people standing in front of him would be timid before the battle even began. Even if it was just an image from 30,000 years ago, everyone present felt their scalps go numb. No one, including the sovereign, was willing to meet the emperor corpse. The chief pavilion master pinched his fingers and cut off the image. He asked the snow dragon's sovereign with a solemn expression, "How is it? Do you understand?" The snow dragon sovereign nodded. "I will immediately send a message to all the forces in the area." The Purple Dream sovereign and the Shah sovereign also expressed that they would immediately make arrangements. As long as their whereabouts were unknown, the strong men of the constellation sea would not dare to rashly attack the ancient stars. Otherwise, it would be quite dangerous for them to fall into a situation where they would be attacked from the back. After this matter was settled, the chief pavilion master said, "During the time when we are investigating the whereabouts of the Corpse King, the Emperor Corpse, and the white-haired corpse, all members of the Star Pavilion listen to my orders." The female pavilion master and the three sovereigns of heaven and earth stepped forward. "We will listen to your orders." The members of the Star Pavilion present also bowed and listened to the orders. Use the power of the major districts of the Star Pavilion to closely monitor the unusual movements of the Sea of Constellation. I think the Sea of Constellation may have a guest. The chief pavilion master looked to the west. The Western Sea was a sea area that no one had ever set foot in the Sea of Constellation. It was also the source of the catastrophe of the ancient corpse, the place where the ancient stars had fallen. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over. Only then did they realize that something was amiss. In the extremely distant sky, a faint purple light floated. An inexplicable evil feeling filled the sky. Several sovereigns, as well as the strong men with extremely good eyesight, looked extremely serious. "It's that ancient star." Mu Tsanhai's voice was filled with fear. She was one of the few people who had seen the ancient star with her own eyes. That deep evil purple light originated from the ancient star. When the ancient dream altar collapsed, the ancient star gave birth to a strange phenomenon. The chief pavilion master sighed deeply. It seems that the ancient dream altar is not only suppressing the white-haired corpse, but also the ancient star. We have all fallen into the ancient corpse sex trap. 30,000 years ago, the ancient star fell into the sea of constellation. 30,000 years ago, the ancient dream altar suddenly appeared. It was very difficult for ordinary people to link the two together. Now, after careful investigation, they discovered the conspiracy. As expected, the ancient dream altar was supposed to be the seal that suppressed the white-haired corpse and the ancient star. However, many of the strong men in the sea of constellation fell into the trap and unknowingly destroyed the seal. Not only did they release the white-haired corpse, but the seal on the ancient star was also broken. The ominous purple light shone in everyone's eyes, causing them to look very embarrassed. No one knew if there would be any changes inside the ancient star at this moment. This added a variable to their attack. Time waits for no man. Everyone, hurry up and make arrangements. Let's end the battle quickly. The chief pavilion master took a deep breath and said. No one dared to hesitate anymore and nodded their heads in agreement. All of you may leave. The participants in the central area of the ancient dream altar will follow me, the chief pavilion master ordered. Everyone was slightly surprised. What did the chief pavilion master want to do by taking away those geniuses? With doubts in their minds, the people of the various factions left the ancient corpse sect, leaving behind a group of geniuses. Su Yu and the merciless Saber Emperor were present. Shui, Guanyin, Empress Siwei, and Lan Yu were in the mysterious Crystal Palace. Wu Xia had been killed by Su Yu's sword. Tian Roland, Tian Jian, and Old Qin were missing. Huangfu Liang was missing. Su Yu and the merciless Saber Emperor stayed behind. The chief pavilion master looked at the two of them and took a step forward. The next moment he appeared in the mysterious Crystal Palace with Su Yu and the merciless Saber Emperor. Su Yu was stunned by this miraculous move. The double-crowned emperor was indeed powerful. Immediately after, he waved his hand, and Shui Guanyin and Empress Siwei were drawn over. Their eyes were blank. They had been transported here without warning. Shui Guanyin looked around. When she saw the chief pavilion master, she immediately bowed. I am Shui Guanyin. Greetings, chief pavilion master. Empress Siwei was a cold and arrogant person. When she heard that the person shrouded in yin and yang energy was the legendary peerless figure, she could not help but feel deep veneration. She bowed respectfully. I am Ziwei. Greetings, chief pavilion master. No need for such formalities. The chief pavilion master waved his hand and smiled. We're not strangers. We have all trained together. Why the need for formalities? Everyone present was astonished. Even Su Yu was at a loss. When had he ever crossed paths with the Starry Pavilion's chief pavilion master? Wait, did Su Yu cross paths with everyone here? Or did they train together? Su Yu's eyes narrowed as he stared at the chief pavilion master. An unbelievable thought popped into his mind. Could he be Shui Guanyin? The merciless Saber Emperor and Empress Siwei were also shocked. They could not understand how they could train together with such a troublemaker. Have you all forgotten about me so quickly? His ethereal and grand voice was replaced by a warm and hearty familiar voice that fell into everyone's ears. It's you. Empress Siwei and the merciless Saber Emperor were the first to react. Shui Guanyin was dumbfounded. She slowly reacted, dumbfounded. Could it be that you are... The yin and yang energy receded, revealing a youth in a Taoist robe. His figure was tall and straight, and he was cultured and refined, giving others a feeling that he was outstanding. His entire body gave off an extremely comfortable feeling, making it impossible to dislike him. Huangfu Liang, it really is you. Su Yu took a deep breath, the doubts in his heart finally dispelled. He had long had an indescribable fear of Huangfu Liang, and had a premonition that Huangfu Liang's identity was not ordinary. He had not expected him to be the Starry Pavilion's chief pavilion master, the legendary Double Crown Emperor of the Sea of Constellations. Huangfu Liang turned around and smiled. You really did not disappoint me. You have become one of the 5 spirit kings. Huangfu Liang said mysteriously upon entering the central area. He was looking forward to meeting Su Yu. Su Yu smiled bitterly. If I had not become one of the 5 spirit kings, I would not have been able to gather the 5 flames and destroy the pavilion seal. Chief Pavilion Master should be even more disappointed now. No, Huangfu Liang said with a faint smile. Do you think I really did not have any ulterior motives for giving you my altar fragment? The rest of the people were confused. Su Yu had obtained Huangfu Liang's altar fragment because Huangfu Liang had given it to him. Chapter 1720. Sure. Huangfu Liang pretended to be quiet. With a wave of his sleeves, he brought everyone into his secret chamber. Su Yu was full of surprise. The chief pavilion master had disguised his identity and entered the ancient dream altar personally. He must have discovered the ancient corpse faction's conspiracy. Otherwise, why would a dignified Double Crown Emperor participate in a trial secretly? But if he was aware of it, why did he hand over his altar fragment to Su Yu, gather 5 torches, and destroy the seal? Su Yu's heart was filled with questions. Chief Pavilion Master, why did you do this? 2 corpse kings and an emperor corpse are dangerous enough. Why did you release the seal of the white-haired corpse and the ancient star? Shui Guanyin was incredulous. Huangfu Liang said, the seal of the ancient star seals many ancient corpses to prevent them from escaping on a large scale. In fact, it also prevents the outside world from entering on a large scale. If the seal is not broken, destroying the ancient corpses of the ancient star is just empty talk. Therefore, he sat back and watched the ancient corpse faction's conspiracy succeed. In fact, everything was under his control. Empress Ziwei frowned and said, since the seal can seal all the ancient corpses in the ancient star, why do we need to release them and fight them to the death? Su Yu took over the topic and stared at Huangfu Liang. Chief Pavilion Master, you must have some difficulties that you can't disclose, right? The rest of them looked incredulous. What difficulties could make Huangfu Liang do such a crazy thing? Huangfu Liang looked at Su Yu and said, those who know me are worried about me, and those who don't know me are wondering what I want. Our friendship is shallow. What makes you think that I didn't do this for my own selfish reasons? Su Yu said, intuition tells me that you are not a selfish person. At the ancient dream altar, he peddled the remnant of the Path Master and cheated others of the altar brand. It seemed like an unscrupulous act, but now that he thought about it carefully with Bai Shuajian's state of massacre, how lucky were they to be able to leave the ancient dream altar? Could such a person be a selfish person? Ha ha ha. Huangfu Liang laughed. His face was filled with joy. My efforts weren't in vain. At least there's someone who understands me. His gaze sharpened as he said, the reason why the seal was broken is because even without the ancient corpse sex conspiracy, the altar seal wouldn't have lasted for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, the faceless Buddha seal will collapse on its own with the erosion of time. And I can't wait for 10,000 years. At that time, without a double-crowned sovereign standing guard, how will the Sea of Constellations face the horde of corpses that will break out of the seal? The people present were not surprised. The faceless Buddha had been dead for too long, and the remaining energy of the seal he left behind could not last forever. It was only a matter of time before it broke. What surprised them was the chief pavilion master's other words. He couldn't wait for 10,000 years. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he said, Chief Cabinet Master, 10,000 years later, are you going to travel far away? Or Huangfu Liang shook his Taoist robe, and a part of it slid down his chest, revealing a pitch-black palm print. Inside the palm, there are 5 skulls that emitted a ghostly aura, constantly inhaling and exhaling death aura. Suyu was very sensitive to death aura, so he could see it clearly. The ghost head mark in the palm was constantly devouring Huangfu Liang's desolate power, creating death aura. At the same time, it was using the death aura to destroy Huangfu Liang's body, gradually turning his death aura into a physical form. This process was very similar to the unique means of the Corpse Clan. Transformation. This is the palm left behind by the emperor's corpse. Huangfu Liang sighed deeply. Everyone was shocked. It was said that the chief pavilion master had just come out of isolation after his injury had healed, and he led the people to kill the ancient star to exterminate the horde of corpses. But the truth was that his injury hadn't healed at all. To be exact, it was even heavier. Under normal circumstances, I would have been transformed into a member of the Corpse Clan long ago. It took me 30,000 years to suppress the palm print, but it was only temporary. Huangfu Liang closed his robe and turned to look at them. So do you understand now? Everyone was inexplicably moved. Huangfu Liang wanted to get rid of the horde of corpses before he was transformed into a member of the Corpse Clan. Suyu said, "Chief Pavilion Master, why did you tell this to the 4 of us instead of the 3 great Pavilion Masters and the 3 great Emperors?" Huangfu Liang stared at Sangming outside the secret chamber and shook his head. "I can't trust them completely. If the news is leaked and the Emperor's corpse finds out that my injury hasn't healed, it will be troublesome." Everyone's expressions turned cold. If the Emperor's corpse found out, it would probably lead the horde of corpses out of the ancient star without any scruples. "Then, do you trust us?" Empress Ziwei asked. "Apart from the one with the surname Su, the rest of us are inextricably linked to the various divine warriors of the heavens and earth. What if we leak the news to them?" Huangfu Liang laughed mysteriously. "So, what you saw and heard just now will be completely forgotten after you leave this secret chamber." Thinking of how he had easily erased the slaughter oath embedded in the slaughter path, Suyu felt relieved. "Chief Pavilion Master, you didn't call us here just to say this, did you?" Suyu asked. Huangfu Liang nodded. "That's right. I have something I need to ask the strongest young genius of the Sea of Constellations to do." Suyu said, "Chief Pavilion Master, please speak." Shui Guanyin, Empress Ziwei, and the merciless Saber Emperor all stared at the Chief Pavilion Master. What would it be like to explain the cause and effect to them on a special trip? "I want the 4 of you to head to the Taishu faction and retrieve a cauldron for me." Suyu was stunned. Where was the Taishu faction? Shui Guanyin cried out in surprise. "The Taishu faction? The Chief Pavilion Master wants us to enter the great Yu Dynasty's civilization?" Empress Ziwei and the merciless Saber Emperor were shocked. The great Yu Dynasty was a civilization far superior to the Sea of Constellations civilization. This so-called Taishu faction should be within the great Yu Dynasty. Huangfu Liang nodded. "That's right. Bring my token to the Taishu faction. You will definitely be able to retrieve the cauldron I want." "But..." Shui Guanyin hesitated. "But the Taishu faction is a dangerous place. Even a glazed crystal overlord would find it difficult to pass through, let alone the golden overlord." Huangfu Liang took out 4 identical jade talismans and handed one to each of them. The jade talismans contained extremely powerful waves of desolate energy, displaying its immense power. "This is my token. It contains a strike of my full power. If the 4 of you work together, there will be no pressure to pass through the dangerous place." Knowing this, Shui Guanyin's expression softened. The strike of the double-crowned divine warrior was not something they would fear, even if the overlord of heaven and earth personally came. Moreover, there had been 4 strikes. This time there was no pressure at all. Any objections? Huang Fulayang asked. The other 3 did not. To be able to work for the chief pavilion master was an honor they could not ask for. If they succeeded, the benefits would be unimaginable. Only Su Yu had a troubled expression. Su Yu, please speak your mind. He could see that Su Yu had something on his mind. Su Yu said, Chief Pavilion Master, I am looking for 2 of my friends. The Chief Pavilion Master said, that's easy. Leave behind their information. I will pass it on to the 3 great divine warriors and the Starry Pavilion. Mobilizing the full power of the Sea of Constellations was much better than Su Yu searching alone. Thank you, Chief Pavilion Master. Su Yu bowed gratefully. After thinking for a moment, he said, Very well. I will join you on this trip to the Taishu Gate. Shall we depart now? Shaking his head, the Chief Pavilion Master said, This matter is not urgent. You have half a month to prepare. During this time, I can provide you with some help to digest the Path Master's enlightenment from the ancient dream altar. Hearing this, Empress Ziwei, Shui Guanyin, and the Heartless Saber Emperor were all overjoyed. The Path Master's enlightenment was too profound. Although they had obtained it without the help of a strong martial artist, it would take years to fully digest it. Now, with the help of the number 1 person in the Sea of Constellations, it would undoubtedly be much easier. Su Yu's face was filled with gratitude. He alone had obtained more than half of the Path Master's enlightenment. Back then, he had only stepped onto the Bluestone Path and experienced a trace of the Path Master's enlightenment. His swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had comprehended the 4th style of the Demon Sword, the Demon Master's world, overnight. With so many Path Masters' enlightenment before him, it was unknown how much progress he would make. If he could comprehend the 5th style, or if he could comprehend the upper class of the soul-devouring realm, his strength would rise to a whole new level. Get ready. The Chief Pavilion Master's body trembled slightly. Both his hands flickered with a ball of Tai Chi light, shrouding the entire room with a profound mystery. Being in the room, Su Yu felt indescribably relaxed, as if all the shackles had been removed. At this moment, comprehending anything had become simple. This was Huang Fulayang using his own path to help them clear the path of comprehension. Su Yu immediately closed his eyes, and the path of the faceless Buddha automatically appeared in his mind. He absorbed the essence from it, hoping it would help his own comprehension. After waiting for the 4 of them to enter a meditative state, the Chief Pavilion Master withdrew and said, In terms of comprehension, Empress Ziwei is superior. She should be the first to wake up. After saying this, he left a voice transmission jade in front of the secret room and disappeared. At the end of the East Sea, there was an endless whirlpool, revolving and devouring all the living creatures in the surroundings. This place was also the end of the Sea of Constellations, and it was called the Underworld Net. Rumor had it that this place was formed by the Underworld Net, an exotic beast of heaven and earth, who specialized in devouring the living creatures that passed by. It was indeed so. All the living creatures that passed by here, whether in the water or in the air, could not escape the calamity. Very few of them could successfully cross the sea. Later, it was confirmed that the rumor of the underworld net was false. However, under the turbulent whirlpool, there were groups of extraordinarily powerful sea beasts. At the very least, there were bronze overlords, and at the very most, there were glazed crystal overlords. They inhabited this place and devoured the living creatures that passed by. It was extremely dangerous. Ordinary people would never set foot in this place. However, today the whirlpool was dyed with an unusual blood-red color, and the corpses of ferocious sea beasts tumbled out. At a glance, there were hundreds of corpses of powerful sea beasts floating outside. They all had one thing in common, and that was the most essential parts of their bodies had been devoured. All of a sudden, a figure covered in blood emerged from the whirlpool and landed on one of the corpses. Ha ha ha, what a great place. The body of 9 gods has evolved again, and my cultivation has also skyrocketed. This person was Gu Taishu, and he cast his gaze at the end of the whirlpool. It's time to go to the great Yu dynasty. If I'm not mistaken, Zhan Wushuang should be there. I really wonder what kind of expression he'll have if he sees me like this. A wisp of hatred and mockery appeared in his eyes. Chapter 17:21. In the secret chamber of the Crystal Palace, sensing that Huangfu Liang had left, Suyu, who was meditating, opened his eyes slowly. Looking at the other 3 people who were meditating, Suyu secretly used time acceleration. His comprehension was no longer as mediocre as it used to be after years of tempering by opportunities and treasures of heaven and earth. However, it was not top-notch either. There was still a big gap between him and the 3 heaven rulers of the sea of constellations in front of him. If he wanted to completely comprehend the faceless Buddha's comprehension before the Tai Chi light dissipated, he could only use the time acceleration divine technique. 500 times acceleration gave him 500 times more time than Empress Siwei and the others. Entering the accelerated state, Su Yu immediately entered the comprehension state. The Path Master's comprehension, left by the faceless Buddha, flowed into his consciousness like a stream. The Path Master's comprehension was exceptionally profound. Su Yu found it difficult to comprehend at first. Everything was obscure and difficult to understand. This was even with Huangfu Liang's help. However, after experiencing the Path Master's dull comprehension twice, Su Yu's tenacity was extraordinary. He took a deep breath and slowly comprehended with great patience. 1 day passed, but Su Yu had spent nearly 2 years. Without sleep or rest, Su Yu constantly comprehended the Path Master's comprehension, breaking through many bottlenecks with the help of the comprehension. In 1 day, Su Yu had only digested less than 1/10 of the comprehension. The progress was extremely slow. In contrast, Empress Siwei, who was a genius, had only comprehended 1/10 of the comprehension in 1 day. Her comprehension speed was 100 times faster than Su Yu's. However, Su Yu was able to comprehend it patiently. For days later, the demonic energy in Su Yu's body vibrated, as if several demons were roaring fiercely. A hint of joy filled Su Yu's face. The 5th style of the demon's sword, the demon born from the heart, was finally comprehended. The power of this style was even greater than the Demon Master's world. With the Demon Master's world, Su Yu could fight against ordinary golden overlords. With this style, even a peak golden overlord like Empress Siwei might not be a match for Su Yu. Of course, if she digested the Path Master's comprehension and completely comprehended the meteorite ice tribulation, it might be different. After comprehending one aspect, Su Yu began to comprehend the breakthrough of the soul-devouring realm that had failed twice with great expectations. He had been stuck at the small success realm for far too long, and both of his attempts at comprehension had failed due to external interference. This time, he must succeed with the help of the Path Master's comprehension. 10 days passed in a flash. Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes, which had undergone a shocking transformation. In the depths of his dark brown eyes, there was a pair of very faint, silvery white pupils. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. As Su Yu's pupils shrunk, his silver white pupils quickly expanded, covering his dark brown pupils and replacing his previous pupils. His black eyes and silver pupils gave off a mysterious and noble feeling. Those who didn't know him might even think that Su Yu was a creature from a third-rate clan. When the silver-white pupils appeared, a sudden clap of thunder broke the silence of the North Sea. The deafening roar woke up many of the sleeping sea beasts. Imperial City, the Snow Dragon Emperor was in the midst of meditating, when a sudden clap of thunder caused his body to tremble, awakening from his meditative state. He teleported to the eaves in a flash and looked up at the sky with surprise in his eyes. What was that thunder just now? To actually be able to affect this emperor's meditation? As the emperors of the world, they were extremely powerful even when they were meditating. Unless they were willing to wake up, the outside world's influence would not be able to interfere with their comprehension. Furthermore, not only was he disturbed, but he was directly awakened. In the South Sea, the Emperor Shah was mobilizing the forces of the entire sea region to prepare for the upcoming battle of the ancient stars. Suddenly, a clap of thunder swept past, burying his voice. The Emperor Shah's expression changed. He suddenly looked up at the sky and said in shock, "What kind of thunder is that? Why have I never seen it before?" There were many types of thunder in the world. The Emperor Shah had never seen that clap of thunder before. East Sea. Another clap of thunder swept past, shaking the purple dream divine lady who was hidden in the divine bamboo. She looked up, slightly confused. What a strange thunder. It has no source, as if it came from nothingness. Huangfu Liang, the chief cabinet master of the Starry Cabinet, who was deep in the imperial city, was also shocked. He was in another secret room, continuing to suppress the spread of the palm print on his chest. Suddenly, a clap of thunder swept past, shaking his entire body. The desolate power in his palm became unstable, causing the palm print to spread a little. Void divine thunder? How could it appear in our barbaric civilization? Huangfu Liang's expression changed drastically. He came out of the secret room in an instant, looking up at the endless firmament world. He calculated with one hand, divining the secrets of heaven. His brows were sometimes solemn, sometimes relaxed, and sometimes puzzled. This is extremely strange. The void divine thunder that only appears in a 9-star civilization has appeared in the barbaric sea region without any warning. Huangfu Liang divined. This divine thunder would only be beneficial to their battle of the ancient stars, so he was slightly relieved. However, he was still puzzled. After pondering for a while, he raised his eyebrows. Could someone be cultivating a heaven-defying divine technique? This was the only way to explain why the void divine thunder would cross the border and attack. Su Yu himself was also shocked by the clap of thunder. Unlike any thunderbolt that he had encountered before, the thunderbolt just now gave Su Yu a sense of extreme danger. Faintly, he also felt a threat from the Great Path. Breaking through to the upper tier of the spirit-devouring realm will lead to a threat from the Great Path? What if I cultivate the last level on the bronze board? What about the 5th level? Su Yu was shocked. The bronze board only recorded the 5 levels of the heavens, sun, gazing at air. The first level was the soul-changing realm. The second level was the soul control realm. The third level was the illusionary soul realm. The fourth level was the soul-devouring realm. When he cultivated to the 4th level, a warning from the Great Path appeared, preventing Su Yu from continuing to cultivate. He really didn't know what the consequences would be if he continued to cultivate the 5th level hidden on the bronze board. Ding! As if responding to Su Yu, the bronze board made a slight sound, and a brand new technique appeared. Strangely, unlike before, the writing was very vague, and it was impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Out of curiosity, Su Yu used his soul energy to explore, and he could see a little more clearly. However, it was still vague, and he couldn't distinguish it clearly. Strange! Su Yu said in surprise. Is it because my soul isn't strong enough? After devouring the souls of a few overlords, his soul had skyrocketed to the level of a silver overlord. With such a powerful soul, he still couldn't see through the writing on the bronze board? If I want to cultivate the 5th level, I must work hard to improve my soul energy, Su Yu said to himself. Putting away the green stone board, Su Yu controlled his silvery white pupils to shrink back. This was the sign of the upper class of the soul-devouring realm. It was recorded on the green stone board that it could devour the souls of overlords. As for which level of overlords, there was no detailed explanation. However, it was precisely because there was no detailed explanation that it was terrifying. If he wasn't mistaken, The green stone board meant that any overlord's soul could be forcefully devoured by the soul-devouring realm, even if it was a glazed crystal overlord. Thinking of this, Su Yu's heart palpitated. If that was really the case, he would have another life-saving talisman. Seeing that the other three were still comprehending, Su Yu didn't come out immediately. The Pathmaster's comprehension he had obtained was many times more than theirs. If he finished digesting it first, anyone could tell that something was wrong with Su Yu. Therefore, Su Yu closed his eyes again, pretending to meditate, but his soul entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl. With a move of his heart, 2 lumps of Buddhist light appeared before him. One was the Pathmaster's Buddhist relic that had appeared on the head of the faceless Buddha statue. The other was the golden alms bowl that had fallen out of the stone statue after it had been trampled. The former was the Pathmaster's Buddhist relic that had caused an uproar. Later, it was confirmed by various parties that the existence of this item was a conspiracy of the Corpse Clan to deceive the many heavens' chosen ones. Unfortunately, the Corpse Clan didn't expect the Pathmaster's Buddhist relic to really exist. However, it didn't exist in the 2-story attic, but on the head of the stone statue. Su Yu had obtained it by accident. He believed that if the Corpse Clan saw this item, they would be extremely shocked. Su Yu didn't intend to accept the Buddhist path's legacy as he fumbled around the Pathmaster's Buddhist relic. As he had said before, it was better to walk out of the path by oneself. Putting down the Buddhist relic, Su Yu looked at the golden alms bowl. This item was the strangest. It had been hidden inside the faceless Buddha statue, and it had only appeared when the stone statue had been shattered. The strangest thing was that when Su Yu had tried to take this item, he had been pestered by the white-haired corpse. As a result, Su Yu was forced to use the Royal Power Dragon's sovereign sword in a desperate attempt to escape the crisis. This item must have an extraordinary significance to the white-haired corpse. After examining it for a while, Su Yu touched the item with his finger. However, he was repelled by a strong force, and his finger bounced off. A slight pain was transmitted to his fingertip. Faintly, demonic energy could be seen coming out of Su Yu's fingertip. "Is it rejecting me?" Su Yu murmured. This item had an extremely strong Buddhist nature, and the demonic sword that Su Yu had cultivated just happened to be the nemesis of it. Hence, it rejected Su Yu's touch. This is a problem. Su Yu sighed. He had obtained this item, but he couldn't use it. After putting it away, Su Yu's eyes turned to look at it expectantly. In an instant, he came to the cottage. A round, chubby, and adorable creature was faintly discernible in the misty purple mist. It was breathing regularly, scratching itself with its hooves from time to time. It was very cute. Is it still sleeping? Su Yu couldn't help but be disappointed. When he had forcibly used the Royal Power Dragon sword, he had swallowed the dragon pearl. As a result, the excessive divine dragon power had filled Su Yu's limbs and bones, and he was about to explode. It was the little Kylan who had sensed that Su Yu was in danger and had thrown the heavenly orchid silver bamboos, silver fruit, out of the 9-jade spiritual pearl. It had absorbed the divine dragon power in time, and Su Yu had been spared. He had thought that the little Kylan had woken up, but it was still asleep. Su Yu stroked its head, his eyes gentle and affectionate. In terms of closeness, the little Kylan had been with him for almost half of his martial arts career. It could be considered one of the closest people to him. As if it had sensed something in its dream, the little Kylan hummed a few times and spat out an unusually crisp young girl's voice. "Don't touch me! I hate you!" Su Yu was stunned. It could speak? In the past, the little Kylan had not inherited any language and could only use body language. How could it speak Kylan's language now? After sleeping for so many years, its body had really changed a lot. Next, to Su Yu's surprise, an unusual force burst out of the little Kylan's body, and Su Yu's palm on its head bounced off. Su Yu's expression changed. Prehistoric force? That's right. It was the prehistoric force. Chapter 1722. Su Yu's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the small Kylan. Could it be that, after sleeping for so many years, the little Kylan had attained the realm of the divine warrior of heaven and earth? Su, you couldn't help but think about how it was born to refine elixirs and divine weapons. Whose inheritance did the little Qilin inherit? He could only wait for the little Kylan to wake up before asking. In less than a year it would wake up. Su Yu withdrew his hand from the 9-jade spiritual pearl. After his soul returned to his body, Su Yu discovered that the people in the secret chamber had woken up one after another. Blood Guanyin stared at Su Yu without blinking and asked with a smile, "You've finally woken up? How much has the Tao Master digested?" The emotionless saber monarch also cast his gaze over. He wanted to compare who was superior and who was inferior. Even Empress Ziwei snorted coldly and turned her head away, but her ears perked up. The current Su Yu was one of the 5 spirit kings, who had eliminated all of them. Moreover, he had the Purple Dream Emperor as his backing, hence, who would not be concerned about his cultivation level. Su Yu set about 10%. In fact, under the state of time acceleration of 500 times, he had already been meditating for a whole 20 years. With the help of Huang Fu Liang's yin-yang light, he had completely digested all the Daylord's comprehension. Blood Guanyin heaved a sigh of relief and lightly patted her chest. "That's good. You are too smart. If your comprehension was that scary, I would be inferior to you." Su Yu smiled and did not speak. She wasn't the only one who had been outshone. Even Empress Ziwei had been outshone. With the upper tier of the soul-devouring realm, even the Crystal Overlord would have to retreat if he encountered Su Yu. Empress Ziwei would not be able to defeat Su Yu with the meteorite ice tribulation alone. Humph! What a waste! If it was given to me, with my comprehension ability, I would be able to comprehend at least 20%. Emotionless Saber Monarch snorted disdainfully. He admitted that his knife techniques were not as powerful as Su Yu's sword techniques, but he was very confident in his level of comprehension. Empress Ziwei looked at him with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "Only 10%? Humph. Then you have to be careful for the rest of the journey. Do whatever you want." Su Yu shrugged his shoulders and ignored the threat in her words. When the cultivation ended, half a month had passed. A gentle voice rang out. "Hee, it seems like all of you have gained something." Huang Fu Liang appeared and said with a smile. The 4 of them greeted him. Su Yu said, "Thank you for your help, Chief Cabinet Master. I will definitely try my best to retrieve the Cauldron from the Taishu faction. I hope Chief Cabinet Master can tell me the details of the Cauldron." Huang Fu Liang's expression turned solemn as he said, "There's no time to lose. Prepare to depart." He waved his sleeves, and a piece of tree bark appeared in each of their hands. The bark contains all the information you want, including the route, the location of the Great Void Gate, and the details of the Cauldron. "If you are ready, then let's go," Huang Fu Liang said. The 4 of them were slightly startled. In such a hurry, they didn't even have time to bid farewell to their own forces. Huang Fu Liang said, "Don't worry, I have already informed them. The 4 of you will carry out this Pavilion Master's secret mission." Their trip was a secret. Thinking to this point, the 4 of them nodded in agreement and left. Huang Fu Liang, on the other hand, formed a seal with his hands and shot out an obscure seal at the backs of the 4 of them. The 4 of them shuddered, faintly feeling that something was missing from their bodies. Strange. Why do I seem to have forgotten something? Blood Guanyin turned around in a daze and saw the Chief Pavilion Master shrouded in yin and yang qi. The rest of them felt the same way, confused. The merciless Saber Emperor said blankly, "I seem to remember seeing the Chief Pavilion Master's true appearance. But why can't I remember?" Empress Ziwei was stunned. "He seemed to have told us some sort of secret, but I just can't remember it." In the secret chamber, the secrets that Huang Fu Liang had told them had all been erased by him. Only Su Yu nodded blankly without batting an eyelid. Oh, I seem to have forgotten something as well. But when no one was looking, Su Yu's eyes glowed with a strange light. Huangfu Laiyan watched the four of them leave, looking at Su Yu's back, slightly surprised. Strange. Why does my secret soul technique seem to have been swallowed by something when it landed on him? Thinking for a moment, Huangfu Laiyan shook his head. I must be thinking too much. What kind of divine technique could have swallowed my secret soul technique? Su Yu and the others stepped onto the path of the great void gate. Inside the starry pavilion, some seemingly insignificant changes had taken place. At the Red Leaf Pavilion, Pavilion Master Li Li sat calmly on the armchair with a solemn expression. On both sides were the talented fighters of the Red Leaf Pavilion. Ever since Bai Xuejian, Shan Xiong, and Wei Lv had fallen, there were no more fighters among them. Lan Yu. Li Li closed his eyes, his expression cold. Lan Yu walked out, her expression deeply uneasy. She said carefully, Pavilion Master, please instruct me. Li Li slowly opened his eyes, looking at her. Su Yu has been put in an important position by the Chief Pavilion Master to carry out a secret mission. Do you know what this means? Lan Yu's mouth was bitter. What did it mean? It meant that Su Yu was deeply trusted by the Chief Pavilion Master. Su Yu could influence the Chief Pavilion Master's decision with just a few words, especially regarding the internal affairs of the Starry Pavilion. Thinking back to all the times she had known Su Yu, Lan Yu was filled with regret. She had met Su Yu first, they could have become friends, and she could have followed Su Yu to the top. But in the end, she had abandoned Su Yu step by step. Now, she could only watch as Su Yu soared into the sky and his name spread throughout the sea of constellations. But she was still a nobody. I know. Su, you will most likely return to the Starry Pavilion, Lan Yu replied. Li's expression was indifferent. You don't know. Lan Yu raised her head, slightly confused. Do you remember how you treated Su Yu at the ancient dream altar? Li said coldly. You colluded with outsiders and tried to kill Su Yu. Do you know your crime? Lan Yu hurriedly explained. Pavilion Master, I didn't. Shut up. Li slammed the table and stood up. You're still trying to defend yourself. You sold your body to gain the right to enter the Central Region. You've disgraced the Red Leaf Pavilion. Lan Yu's face was flushed, feeling the scornful gazes of her fellow pavilion members. Her face burned. You don't know how to repent, and you colluded with outsiders to harm the former members of the Starry Pavilion. The more Li spoke, the harsher his voice became. In the end, he was completely furious. The Red Leaf Pavilion does not have a disciple like you. Huh. Lan Yu understood the hidden meaning behind his words and immediately knelt down to plead for mercy. Pavilion Master, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. There is no chance to turn over a new leaf, Li said coldly. Yuan Tian, send Lan Yu back to her home, Juice Cloud Island. No one is allowed to enter the Starry Pavilion again. Lan Yu had been expelled. The reason was simple. Su Yu was powerful now, regardless of his own abilities, the backing of the Purple Dream Divine Warrior, or the Starry Pavilion Master. He was not someone a mere Pavilion Master could provoke. In order to avoid trouble, he could only expel Lan Yu. Pavilion Master, you can't. Lan Yu cried out, but Li waved his sleeves and sent Lan Yu flying out of the Great Hall. Scram! The cold rebuke caused Lan Yu's body to turn cold. Yuan Tian walked out and stood in front of her. He made a gesture of invitation with an expressionless face. Ninth sister, please. Lan Yu lifted her eyes and looked at the group of people in the great hall that she was familiar with in the past, the Deputy Pavilion Masters and the Pavilion Masters. They used to be extremely passionate, but now they were all cold to her, as if they were strangers. A great humiliation welled up in her heart. She had never thought that one day she would be chased out of the Starry Pavilion. Creak! She clenched her fists and secretly clenched her teeth. Lowering her head, She left the Crystal Palace in a daze. She left the imperial city and came to a desolate land of ice and snow. She didn't even turn her head and said, "Eighth brother, you don't have to send me off anymore. I will return to my hometown myself. Don't worry about me returning to the Starry Pavilion. I don't have that face." An evil smile appeared on Yuan Tian's face. "Junior sister, I think you misunderstood. The pavilion master secretly instructed me not to send you back to your hometown, but to send you on your way." "What?" Lan Yu abruptly turned her head and said angrily, "Pavilion master, he wants to kill me?" "He, the pavilion master, just doesn't want to leave a threat outside. So he wants to eliminate the root of the problem." Yuan Tian approached her. Lan Yu said angrily, "I have been expelled from the Starry Pavilion. Although the Sea of Constellations is vast, which force would dare to take me in? How can a person like me threaten the pavilion master?" Yuan Tian looked at her. She was as beautiful as a fairy in the clouds. A cool breeze blew against her white veil, gently fluttering her beautiful hair. A trace of greed quickly flashed across his eyes. "Your beauty is the biggest threat," Yuan Tian said. "You can use your beauty to lure an expert like the heartless saber monarch. Who knows? You won't lure an even stronger backer and become the pavilion master's mortal enemy. So, junior sister, rest in peace." Yuan Tian took a step forward, his little finger shooting out a strong divine power and pointing it between Lan Yu's eyebrows. Lan Yu shouted and retaliated with an orchid palm. Yuan Tian sneered. His thumb moved, and his right leg lashed out like a whip. "Ah!" Lan Yu was kicked away and crashed into a big tree. Her mouth was full of blood. Lan Yu smiled bitterly. She had been working for fame and fortune all her life, but in the end she was going to die in the hands of her former sibling. "Ah, I can't accept this. I am Lan Yu's daughter. Why do you have to do this to me?" Lan Yu leaned against the tree and let out a furious roar. "Hey." Yuan Tian laughed strangely. "It's easy to say that you don't want to die. That is, if you are willing to join us." Lan Yu was stunned. "Us?" Yuan Tian smiled strangely and patted the space ring. Dozens of level 1 cavern world, venerable, ferocious dog type beasts jumped out. Corpse-loving dogs. Lan Yu was terrified. When she and Yuan Tian rushed from the pavilion branch to the headquarters, they were besieged by 10 corpse-loving dogs. It was Su Yu who helped them out. At that time, she wondered why there were corpse-loving dogs near the Starry Pavilion's main pavilion. It turned out that those corpse-loving dogs were released by Yuan Tian himself. "Who are you?" Lan Yu asked in shock. Yuan Tian laughed strangely and took out a black iron plate. There was a clear pattern carved on it. A coffin. The ancient corpse sect. Lan Yu was shocked. "How can you be a member of the ancient corpse sect?" Yuan Tian laughed. "It's not just me. The ancient corpse sect has long spread its influence into all the major forces. There is even a great figure that you can't imagine. He is also a member of the ancient corpse sect." "What?" Lan Yu's hair stood on end. Over the years, the ancient corpse sect had quietly grown so strong that it had infiltrated all the forces in the Sea of Constellations. Chapter 1723. Lan, you seem to be struggling. The ancient corpse sect was the common enemy of all living beings. Joining them was tantamount to betraying the Sea of Constellations and going against all living beings. However, she recalled what had happened in the ancient dream altar. After the heartless Saber Emperor had toyed with her, he had casually abandoned her. She recalled how Cabinet Master Li had chased her away like a wild dog in order to curry favor with Suyu. The struggle in her eyes quickly subsided and was replaced by a cold glint. "I'll join you," Lan Yu said resolutely. "Pa," Yuan Tian chuckled. "Congratulations, junior sister. You've made the right choice." She looked at the astonishingly beautiful Lan Yu and said, "I believe that after junior martial sister enters the ancient corpse sect, You will definitely be put in an important position. Finish speaking. Yuan Tian brought Lan Yu and left the imperial city, entering a desolate snowfield. After a long and arduous journey, they arrived at a deserted ancient temple. Lan Yu followed Yuan Tian inside, and a shocking scene unfolded before her eyes. In the ancient temple, 2 rows of experts with terrifying auras stood side by side. Many of them were covered in corpse aura, but some of them were actually living beings from the Sea of Constellations. The Mansion Master of the Northern Seas, 3 Murders Mansion? The Cave Master of the mysterious Nether Cave of the Eastern Sea? The South Sea Mighty God Sect Master? Lan Yu was shocked. These people were all the leaders of the famous forces in the Sea of Constellations. Not long ago, he had attended the birthday of the Snow Dragon Emperor. However, at this moment, he was with the Corpse Clan. On the throne at the very top sat an imposing figure in a cloak. His eyes were cold and filled with a disdainful spirit. His entire body released an aura that caused all living beings to tremble. The 2 rows of experts below him were as silent as cicadas in winter. White-haired corpse! Lan Yu exclaimed. The portrait of the white-haired corpse had already spread throughout the Sea of Constellations. The majestic figure covered in white fur was the mysterious white-haired corpse that the Sea of Constellations was searching for. No wonder the white-haired corpse had escaped without a trace. With so many spies helping him, who could find him? How dare you? The palace master of the 3 Murders Mansion snorted coldly and casually waved his hand to release a powerful divine power that struck Lan Yu's knees. Lan Yu groaned. Her knees softened, and she knelt on the ground. She said hurriedly this concubine was rude. Please forgive me. She felt uneasy. Raise your head. An indifferent and indisputable voice floated over. Lan Yu raised her head as she was told. Her pretty and fairy-like face entered the eyes of the man on the throne. A stunning beauty. The white-haired corpse revealed an expression of admiration. He got down from his throne and walked in front of Lan Yu. He stretched out his hand. I need a queen. Are you willing? Lan Yu couldn't believe her ears and said, I'm willing. She couldn't believe that she was so lucky to be chosen by a divine warrior of heaven and earth. While everyone was envious, the white-haired corpse held Lan Yu's hand and ascended the throne. Lan Yu was pleasantly surprised. It was as if she was standing above countless people. However, she didn't notice the strange look that flashed through the white-haired corpse's eyes when he looked at her. My queen, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? The white-haired corpse asked. Lan Yu said without hesitation, I want to kill 2 people. Speak, the white-haired corpse said. Lan Yu's eyes were filled with hatred. First, the 2nd son of the Southern Sea Emperor Killer, the heartless Saber Emperor, must die. Secondly, the former member of the Starry Pavilion, Su Yu, must die as well. The white-haired corpse said, What's the reason? The heartless Saber Emperor lied to me. He deserves to die. Lan Yu recalled the humiliation of being abandoned that day. She would never forget it. She once said that she would make the heartless Saber Emperor regret it. What about Su Yu? The white-haired corpse asked. Lan Yu opened her mouth, but found that there was no reason. From the beginning to the end, Su Yu had never done anything wrong to her. He had even saved her twice. But why didn't she want to see Su Yu alive? Only she knew that she didn't want to see Su Yu live a good life. The more glorious Su Yu was, the more it showed how stupid it was for her to distance herself from Su Yu, and the more she regretted it. If Su Yu didn't die, there would be a pit in her heart that she couldn't cross. Approved, the white-haired corpse said. I will kill the whole family of the Emperor Killer. As for Su Yu, humph, even if the queen doesn't kill him, I have a reason to kill him. After a pause, the white-haired corpse waved his hand. A wisp of powerful aura descended. Not only was his corpse energy heavy, but there was also an extremely dense death energy. What was even more shocking was the cultivation of the glazed crystal overlord. According to the news from the emperor, Suyu and a few other heaven rulers have been sent by that old man Huangfu Liang to carry out a secret mission. If I'm not mistaken, they should be sent to the Taishu faction, the white-haired corpse said. Death Sword, go there personally and bring back Suyu's head. Yes, the youth bowed and retreated. If Suyu were here, he would definitely recognize this man covered in death and corpse energy. He was none other than the glazed crystal overlord youth, who was adept at death energy attacks in the inn. Half a month later, in the East Sea, a bronze carriage cut through the sea at an alarming speed, heading straight for the end of the East Sea. The atmosphere in the carriage was a little strange. Su Yu and Shui Guanyin were interested in learning about martial arts and the customs of the Taishu faction. The heartless Saber Emperor and Empress Ziwei were silent. The former and Su Yu were not on the same page, so they naturally wouldn't speak. Empress Ziwei felt awkward, as if there was a knife at her back. Her face was flushed with a strange red. Empress Ziwei, are you sick? Why do you look so strange? Shui Guanyin looked at her suspiciously. How could she not look strange? Half a month ago, it was here that Su Yu had torn her clothes to shreds, recording a shameful scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Empress Ziwei looked as if her thoughts had been seen through. She anxiously shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Su, you didn't do anything to me." Halfway through her sentence, Empress Ziwei hurriedly shut her mouth. Shui Guanyin was dumbfounded, her eyes darting back and forth between Su Yu and Empress Ziwei. Her suspicions were thick. At that moment, the heartless Saber Emperor snorted softly. Adulterous couple. He and his brother, the Wuji Sword Saint, had seen the carriage shake that day. Thud! As the group was conversing, the bronze carriage suddenly jolted. Su Yu raised his brows, immediately activating the detection function to spy on the situation outside. He saw that the bronze carriage had accidentally gotten stuck on the floating corpse of a giant, ferocious beast. A golden overlord level azure wave beast? Empress Ziwei came over, frowning slightly. This beast is extremely difficult to hide. Even the crystal overlord can forget about catching it. How could it be killed? Moreover, the wound is so strange, as if the essence of its flesh and blood has been devoured. Su Yu's face darkened slightly. It was the same scene. A year ago, a body of 9 gods had appeared in the Jinshan Ocean. It had wreaked havoc in the ocean, slaughtering many large and small forces. Similar situations had occurred to many living creatures. The essence of their corpses had been devoured clean. The difference was that the last time it appeared, it was only a level 1 Cavern World Master. In just a year, even the Golden Overlord had been killed. The growth of that body of 9 gods was truly terrifying. To prevent the people in the carriage from worrying, Su Yu did not mention it. He turned off the detection function and drove the bronze carriage away. A few days later, at the end of the East Sea, the easternmost part of the Sea of Constellations, the bronze carriage stopped at the edge of the East Sea. The people present stood on the carriage, staring at the scene before them in shock. The area they were in was surging with waves. But one step further, and it was a world of dead silence, darkness, and cold nothingness, boundless as far as the eye could see. So this is what it looks like outside the Sea of Constellations, Blood Guanyin exclaimed. Empress Ziwei snorted coldly. What's so strange about it? The civilization of the Sea of Constellations is surrounded by nothingness, and it is surrounded by nothingness. If you step out recklessly, you will die. Blood Guanyin was unconvinced. Who doesn't know that? I also know that to leave the civilization of the Sea of Constellations, the only way is to ride the void meteorite. Humph. Then do you know that only the strongest person can ride the meteorite? Empress Ziwei said proudly. You, what are you so proud of? Blood Guanyin stomped her feet in dissatisfaction. When Su Yu heard this, he understood everything. On the way, he had asked Blood Guanyin about the Diyu Empire. Between two civilizations, there was usually a terrifying nothingness. Even the Pathmasters, although they could control the great path rules and were not afraid of the nothingness, they might not dare to stay in the nothingness for long. Because in the nothingness, there were too many terrible things that had existed since the creation of the world. For example, the void divine thunder. If struck by this thunder, even the Pathmasters would be reduced to ashes in an instant. There was no exception. Therefore, the communication between civilizations was conducted through the meteorites in the nothingness. The void meteorite was one of the few substances that were not afraid of the nothingness. For the sake of communication between civilizations, the meteorites that fell into civilized worlds were all refined into meteorites that could be controlled by humans. After landing on a meteorite, one could control it to travel through the nothingness. But the premise was that the person controlling the meteorite could only be one person, and it had to be the strongest person on the meteorite. If Su Yu and the others wanted to control the meteorite, it had to be controlled by the strongest person. Otherwise, the meteorite would not be able to operate. Among them, the strongest person was undoubtedly Empress Ziwei. A hint of arrogance appeared at the corner of Empress Ziwei's mouth. She glared at Blood Guanyin provocatively, as if saying, "If you have the ability, fight with me for the right to control the meteorite." Blood Guanyin was furious, but there was nothing she could do. The difference in strength between the two was extremely great. Swoosh! Not long after they approached the edge, a meteorite with a surface full of holes and a diameter of only 100 feet flew over. The terrifying nothingness was nothing in front of the meteorite. Empress Ziwei was the first to jump up, followed by Su Yu. He looked around curiously and found a crystal plate in the center of the meteorite. After the four of them jumped up, the crystal plate immediately displayed information. For passengers, please come forward one by one to test your combat potential. Su Yu was slightly surprised. He had also thought about this question. How did the meteorite determine which of the people who ascended had the strongest cultivation? He had thought there would be some kind of simple test. He did not expect it to be about potential. While Su Yu was curious, the merciless Saber Emperor walked over first and stood with both feet on the crystal plate. The crystal plate shot out a ball of green light, sweeping across the merciless Saber Emperor's body as if performing a comprehensive examination. Soon, a row of tiny numbers appeared below the crystal plate. Combat potential, 8,000. Seeing this number, Blood Guanyin was shocked. 8,000? Before I left for the ancient dream altar, the pavilion had tested me. My combat potential is only 5,000. Empress Ziwei raised her brows. Not bad. You're almost catching up to me before the ancient dream altar. The merciless Saber Emperor's performance before this could not be considered powerful. But after digesting the Pathmaster's comprehension, he had become so powerful that he was almost catching up to Empress Ziwei. That opportunity had helped the merciless Saber Emperor tremendously. A hint of excitement appeared on his face. Throughout the sea of constellations, there were very few strong people of the same generation who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. He could not help but be overflowing with joy, his mood unprecedentedly open. When he looked at Su Yu, the corners of his mouth curled up, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He was extremely unwilling to be defeated by Su Yu. Now that his combat power had skyrocketed, he was extremely confident that he could win if they were to fight again. Me too. Blood Guanyin was eager to try. Seeing that the merciless Saber Emperor had made such shocking progress, she did not want to fall behind. She wanted to try and see what her combat power was after digesting the Pathmaster's comprehension. With a light tap of her feet, she landed gracefully on the crystal plate. As the green light swept across her body, Blood Guanyin nervously pinched the corner of her sleeve, staring unblinkingly at the number that was about to appear. The merciless Saber Emperor was also paying close attention, not daring to miss it. Ding! With a crisp sound, Words appeared on the crystal plate. Combat potential value 9,000. Yay! Blood, Guanyin cheered excitedly. Her combat potential value had soared from 5,000 to 9,000, almost doubling. With a difference of 1,000 combat power, she had completely suppressed the merciless Saber Emperor. She heaved a long sigh of relief, her small face filled with joy. She returned with satisfaction. Her gaze swept toward Empress Ziwei. Her previous combat potential value was 8,000, but the current blood Guanyin had surpassed her at that time. Humph! Empress Ziwei snorted in disdain. It's just 9,000. Her body flickered, appearing on the crystal plate. The green light swept across her body very carefully. Blood Guanyin and the merciless Saber Emperor stared intently, afraid to miss the slightest detail. Ding! When the green light finished scanning, the corresponding potential value appeared on the crystal plate. Combat potential value 24,000. Crack! In shock, the merciless Saber Emperor crushed the space storage device he was carrying. His mouth was dry as he muttered, 24,000! Blood Guanyin was motionless, frozen in place, clenching her fists in dissatisfaction. What a perverted woman! Su Yu also clicked his tongue. From 8,000 combat power to 24,000 in one go, it had tripled. After digesting the Path Master's enlightenment, her improvement was ridiculous. Empress Ziwei walked down proudly, like a crane among chickens. She said coldly, "There are no objections to me controlling the Siderite, right?" The merciless Saber Emperor was convinced. "Apart from you, no one else is qualified." But Blood Guanyin was not convinced. She pulled Su Yu over. "Humph, it's not over yet. Su Yu hasn't scanned it yet." "Him?" The merciless Saber Emperor was disdainful. "You haven't even digested 10% of the Path Master's enlightenment. How much improvement can you make? You can't even compare to me." But Empress Ziwei glared at Su Yu, a faint smile on her face. "Aren't you quite impressive? Let me see how capable you are." Su Yu said, "There's no need. If you like controlling the Siderite, you can do it." Empress Ziwei's smile deepened. "Cut the crap. Test it now. If you don't participate in the test, the Siderite will not be activated. Is that so?" Su Yu stood up helplessly.